is hopefully Jake over there in Syria and Turkey is safe. But it's the last days, so things like this are definitely going to continue to happen. All right, so major earthquakes, Syria and Turkey at 4:17 in the morning. In the middle of winter, snow on the ground. So imagine having to run out of your house at 4:17 in the morning in the snow. Do you grab your jacket? Do you grab anything? No, you're just trying to get out. And people that didn't get out, houses collapsed on top of them. Okay. So what was it? The count, I stopped watching it. You know what I mean? Last time I counted, it was 50,000 people like that. Yes, that of the world. Okay. So Putin is withdrawing from the START treaty. It's the only nuclear arms control agreement left with the US. The only nuclear agreement left, Putin got rid of it. Now, not to say that America didn't get rid of the other long-range missiles and nuclear treaties or whatever like that. America got rid of them a while ago, especially during the Trump era, so to speak, right? So now Putin said, all right, you don't need that. We don't need this. Let's go to war, pretty much, right? Over there, also in the Ukraine area, Putin said that there was a terrorist attack. People were just shooting indiscriminately at civilians on the Ukraine-Russia border. So when you hear something like a terrorist attack during a war, that's a weighted term. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a war. So yeah, people are going to get shot. And a lot of people in Ukraine died. I believe there's people in Russia that checked, you know what I mean, over on their side. But that's serious. You got to listen to that. You know, why would he say that? Why now? You know what I mean? He shot, I believe, hypersonic missiles, not nuclear missiles, but hypersonic missiles from the Black Sea yesterday at Ukraine, you know, just testing things out. So that's what's going on over there. Let's keep going. Israel versus Israel. Revelation 2 and 9ers versus the Revelation 2 and 9ers. They're destroying each other. Slack, give me 1 second. 2 and 9ers versus the Revelation 2 and 9. Slack. Sorry. Wanted to share this. Okay. So Israel versus Israel. The government over there in Israel is trying to dismantle their laws that they have over there, so that democracy will be right out the window. Now they're fighting. They're fighting in the streets. Israel's fighting in the streets. One of their politicians recommended that the Palestinians in this, was it HOI? If I'm saying that right, where the Palestinians are, that they get ethnically cleansed. He didn't say ethnically cleansed, but he said, look, we need the military to come in here and kill these Palestinians, because right now it's just the civilian population. So the civilians over there in Israel are burning the houses and the cars and killing the Palestinians. So that's about to explode even more. They've been in the streets all week. It's not been on the news here, but they've been having a lot of massive protests down there in Israel. The Havana Syndrome. The Havana Syndrome, back in 2016, the United States diplomats and ambassadors, whatever, we're in Cuba, Slovakia, and they start getting sick, dizzy spells, headaches, and all these strange, symptoms that they were getting, and they didn't know where it came from. So they termed it the Havana Syndrome. Right, that was in Cuba. Since then, 2016, over 1,500 U.S. officials, 1,500, have been diagnosed with Havana syndrome in 90 different countries. So it's not just Cuba. Do you know what I'm saying? In 90 different countries. Can anybody explain to me who has the power to do something like that? You ain't got to say it. We already know who it is. All right. Now, you could say it's Russia, it's China, But they did a study, 7 intelligence agencies, and said no country possesses that type of weapon. That's out of this world. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that. Okay, they still need assistance too. Like, these people are messed up. It's not like, oh, I got the Havana syndrome, I got a headache, wake up the next day, I'm fine. No, they're done. It's almost like the 9/11 rescuers and volunteers that end up getting sick afterwards because they said the air was safe to breathe, and people end up having lung problems and everything like that. So with what happened in Havana and 90 countries, 1,500 people, these people still need assistance. So what the press secretary was talking about yesterday was we're still going to, give them insurance and stuff like that. So that had to be pretty devastating what happened to them. We're going to talk about that. Okay. Also going to talk about these mysterious objects in the sky that everybody's talking about, that nobody, Edomites, are talking about. It's not a lot of stuff going on TV. If you think about it, this is my thing about the Edomites, right? And I know they lie all the time, right? But normally their lies, it branches out to something like, okay, they lied about 9/11, hence here we are in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Like it led to something. With this, I know about Blue Beam and everything, right? But with this, it made them look bad. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, they shot down this balloon, but then they shot down other objects, which they couldn't even find the debris. Okay. Normally, like, yeah, we shot it down. Here's the debris field, this, that, and the third. They couldn't find the debris, right? If you go back, it's a YouTuber named MB333. He puts up a lot of stuff that I put on here, as far as what's in the sky, the International Space Station, things of that nature, the sunspots, yada, yada, yada. He puts it up, right? And he had a video before whatever was shot down over Lake Huron, right, over there in Michigan. He had a video of that, of an object, which was a chariot, right? If you look on our YouTube page, HOI Philly, you can see it. I had this video up. It's a chariot. So a chariot was there days before they shot down this mysterious object, which obviously they did not shoot down because they didn't find any debris. It's a chariot of the Most High. You can't shoot it down. That chariot and the occupants knew about that firing of a missile at the beginning of time. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't miss that. They didn't just drop the ball and get hit all of a sudden by Esau's weak missiles. It's not what happened. All right, so that's something that's very interesting. And I see that really as a sign to us to prepare ourselves, to get ready for the time period that's coming. See what's happening right now. Okay, be ready. Be ready to see chariots in the sky. Be ready to see some things, monsters or whatever you want to call them, just walking up and down the street. And you know what I mean? There's spirits set up for vengeance. You know what I'm saying? Teeth of wild beasts. They're coming for Esau and the 2/3 and the other nations. We just got to stay out the way, handle our business, right? Just keep the law, statutes, commandments, and watch the sparks fly. So what's going on in Greece? Listen, I can do this all day. We're not going to do this all day. We're going to get into the lesson, but it's just a couple things I want to highlight. What is going on in Greece? Tomorrow is the destruction of Nicanor. We're celebrating destruction of Nicanor tomorrow, Friday, right? Sundown. Greece, a freight train and a passenger train ran into each other. All right, 350 passengers. So far, 56 killed. No, sorry. It was 46. It went up not too long ago, I believe, like 50-something. Killed, 80 hospitalized. And right now they're having 3 days of mourning over there in Greece. Yeah, 3 days of mourning. They're actually rioting in front of this private train company that got subsidized or whatever, by a private company. About, I think, 2017, right around there, having all this problems with their economy and everything. So Greece had an early destruction of Nicanor. Moving on, the U.S. Marshals were hacked with ransomware. Have you ever seen Mission Impossible? The knock list? Have you ever seen James Bond, how they go into parties wearing suits and they go upstairs and they steal this list that's in the safe? They ain't had to do none of that. They just went online and hacked the U.S. Marshals. So anybody that's working with the U.S. Marshals, possibly an informant or anything, they have access to all that information, whoever hacked the U.S. Marshal system. Not system, U.S. Marshals. So it's like America's collapsing, man. If you can't hold on to information like that, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Speaking of train derailments, East Palestine, we can keep going, y'all. We can keep going. All right. Let's start with, okay, the name of this class is Operation Racism. Okay. Welcome to Operation Racism. Is there anybody available to read tonight?
Right.
Khan, all praises. Shalom, King.
Shalom, shalom.
Khan. All right. So, all praises, King. We're going to start with 2 Samuel 7:23. All right. While we get that, let's talk about East Palestine. How come? Oh, we're going to name it different. Now, what came first? East Palestine, Ohio, or Palestine? You tell me. I think we all know the answer to that. So the funny part is when you look up about East Palestine, you see the demographic. It's pretty much all Edomites. And I always question these places that have nothing but Edomites. Like you telling me you ain't got not one Jake, not one Gad ran the land, right? And Reuben. So you ain't got one there. You know, when it starts going to 0.00% Native American and 0% Black American or whatever, you realize that they really tried to make that land just theirs. You know what I'm saying? So you go into their, the history of that land, probably a race riot, probably ran people out, you know what I mean? Burned down houses, things of that nature. And then boom, they have East Palestine all to themselves. Now a train derails. 9 different pollutants were in the air that they found. So literally a black cloud over East Palestine. Literally. People, one guy said his voice sounded like Mickey Mouse. Mickey, I can't even try to make you know what I mean? But like, a Mickey Mouse voice. You talk normal, and then now you talk like Mickey Mouse. What in the world is in the air that makes you sound like you just inhaled helium? I don't know. Probably a lot of cancer. You know what I mean? A lot of inflammation. I don't even know what to call it. But people, they said right now they're dying slowly over there. Like they're sleep at night, and their lungs fill up with phlegm, and it feels like they're drowning. So it's a lot of train wrecks. The Most High is destroying this place. It is high time to wake out of sleep. All right. So Operation Racism has commenced. Let's get it on. 2 Samuel 7:23, Baba Kashaw.
There's the book of Second Samuel, chapter 7 and verse 23. And it reads, "And what one nation in the earth is like thy people, even like Israel, whom God went to redeem for a people to himself, and to make him a name, and to do for you great things and terrible for thy land before thy people, which thou redeemest to thee from Egypt, from the nations and their gods."
Speaking of Egypt, they just found a secret compartment in the Great Pyramid. Is it Gaza or Gaza? I don't know. The Great Pyramid over there in Egypt, right? They found a secret compartment. That in itself is kind of amazing when you realize that pyramid's been here for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like you see Napoleon over there, what's the name? Alexander the Greek, Slovakia. You know what I mean? They saw the noses on, the Sphinx, and you telling me they just finding new stuff there? That just lets you know that we don't know it all. There's some things in this world that we have no idea about. It should keep us really humble, in this time period. But enough with the Egyptians. What one nation in the earth is like that people? Even like Israel, you know? So this type of racism that I'm talking about, we're going to bring out other things, you know, dealing with what Esau's done. Matter of fact, we're about to get that because we want to see where we're at, because this is post-racial America. I mean, we had a black president, right? Even though he was a Hamite, which is African and not our people. But people say, man, this thing is done. We're good. We had a melanated president. So everything should be back to peace and harmony with everybody thought that the future would bring little black boys and little white girls and everybody holding hands and everything like that, right? But what's happening now? What's going on to this day? We're going to get 2 videos I want to show. It's really clips of the video to kind of gauge where we are in America. Okay, we know about George Floyd and the protest, but and in the Bronx, you know what I mean? It was the BX. People were protesting up there. So what did those Bronx cops do? They corralled people and started beating them. You heard about that, King?
Bring it out.
God, they were beating people. So you couldn't go nowhere. So they got you north, south, east, and west, and they corral you. So now you're back against the wall. So you throw a punch, they started destroying them with batons and pepper spray and everything like that. And I'm not saying the protesters threw a punch or whatever, but if somebody backs you up against the wall, you have to react. It's for your livelihood. So people got paid like $21,000 a piece. You know, it's the biggest class action lawsuit against mass arrests in the history of America. And it just happened, right? So we're going to get to that and what 10 tribes is going through. 10 tribes is coming up from their respective countries, right? They're Central and South America, right? And coming to America for a better life, you know, supposedly a better life, because America has sanctioned their countries to death. So that's why they're coming up here, because if you say, you know, gas now costs $30 a gallon, you know what I'm saying? So I got to leave. So they leave to come up to America, and America takes them and sends them to different places around the country to work, right? I'm talking about kids, children, you know what I'm saying? Working in factories. Sounds like slavery, right? And it talks about also one of he's like 13 years old, not good with the language and everything. And somebody, I don't know if it was Esau, but sounds Edomitish, said, hey, come on up, I'll help you and everything like that, right? So he comes up and he said, okay, I'm giving you a ride now. This ride costs $75. I'm going to give you a sandwich. The sandwich costs $80 or whatever. So what they're doing, the same thing they did to our ancestors with, sharecropping and, you know, post-slavery, Jim Crow, which is coming back in Mississippi, I heard. So during the Jim Crow era, you weren't a slave anymore, right? So instead of getting the rags for free, you got to pay for the rags that you wear $1,000. You'll never get $1,000 to pay for it. So you'll always be working. So that's what this person did to 10 tribes that came up to America. But let me share my screen, and we're going to talk about the racist things that are happening in America to this day. Both these stories are a couple days old. So let me know if you can hear Chaasadyah. Let me know if you can hear the video. Oh, you know what? I think I had a problem with this before. So I don't know if this is going to work, y'all. Let me see.
Well, we can see it so far, King.
Con, let me see. Tell me if you can hear this.
Rail disaster in Greek history. On Wednesday,
It's good.
All right, Con.
Accepted the resignation of top transportation officials and said the crash was primarily due to, quote, tragic human error. Greece has declared 3 days of national mourning Meanwhile, in Athens, police in riot gear fired tear gas at protesters who gathered outside the offices of the private company responsible for maintaining Greece's railways. Greece privatized its rail system and other public infrastructure in 2017 as part of an IMF bailout amidst the debt crisis. New York City has agreed to pay a multi-million-dollar settlement to protesters who were aggressively boxed in or kettled by New York police during the Black Lives Matter demonstrations that swept the country following the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. Over 300 people who were kettled, then beaten, detained, or arrested by New York police at the June 4th, 2020 Bronx protest will each receive $21,500. It's believed to be the largest class action settlement in a case of mass arrest. About a third of the demonstrators also previously settled with the city in separate claims. A Human Rights Watch investigation said the NYPD's conduct that day amounted to, quote, serious violations of international human rights law. In California, around 80 prisoners at 2 immigration and customs enforcement facilities have gone on hunger strike for nearly 2 weeks. They say they are willing to risk their lives to fight against the inhumane conditions they're facing. A group of the hunger strikers from the Mesa Verde and Golden State Annex jails sued ICE and the private prison corporation 𝐤𝐿 last week for retaliating against them by cutting off their heat, denying family visits and recreational time, and threatening solitary confinement. This is a striker speaking anonymously over the phone from the Golden State Annex. Listen closely.
I would see it. Prison, 4 walls. Keep their tactic here and start doing this. Taking play, 4 days play, and
the hunger strike follows a labor strike protesting prisoners' $1 per day wage for 8-hour shifts. Earlier this week, local activists held a solitary protest at the Oakland State Building. Also this week, demonstrations took place across the United States.
All right. Can you get Jeremiah 50 and 33?
Con.
People love to say that, Negro only, 12 tribes and all that stuff. Highly unlearned. Obviously haven't read the scriptures. So as you can see, even to this day, dealing with a lot. They're on a hunger strike. You know what I'm saying? But and they're like, whether we die, we die. The people are getting great joy out of other people's pain and oppression. And it's Esau. Esau's getting a lot of pleasure out of that. Okay, so you can bring that out, Jeremiah 50 and 33, Baba Kashar.
There's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 50 and verse 33. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go.
What did he say?
They refused to let them go.
They refused to let them go. You know what I mean? You could really just take them back down to, saying, hey, you can't come in here and then like that. Nah, you get in here and they break them down by throwing them in prison. You know what I mean? Now you are at the mercy of your captor. So you're willing to do anything to get out, so hopefully the brother stays strong in there. Okay, continue to stay strong. Okay, so those are the adults. We've seen what's happening to the adults. Now let's see what's happening to the children. Okay, we see what's happening to Jake. He's getting beat up by the cops. Now let's see what's happening to the children. That are coming up here.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
not be defeated or back out, and we will
Killed 11 Palestinians and injured 500 in a rare daytime raid of Nablus. In the latest violence in the West Bank, an Israeli American named Ilan Ganelis was shot dead Monday while driving near Jericho. The Biden administration has vowed to crack down on the exploitation of migrant children working inside the United States. This comes just days after the New York Times published a shocking expose revealing how migrant children are working in gruesome and dangerous conditions at factories owned by many major brands, including Fruit of the Loom, Ford, General Motors, J.Crew, Walmart, Whole Foods, Target, and Ben and Jerry's. We'll speak to the New York Times reporter who broke the story after headlines. The Biden administration's
All right. So when you look at, okay, when you look at it, why do you have children working for at factories? Fruit of the Loom, J.Crew, Walmart, like, you know what I mean? And I looked at the video of the woman that wrote the article, was saying how she will go to the factories. They'd leave school early to go work in a factory. You know what I'm saying? And they're like 13 years old, 14 years old. You can't tell me that people don't know how old they are. You know what I mean? If the reporter knows how old they are, then obviously the person, then HR, their coworkers, their supervisors know, like, hey, you don't even have a beard, or, you know what I mean? You're not tall enough to reach the lever on the forklift. But obviously they don't care. Did anybody go to jail? No. The only thing that she wrote that article, she said during the weekend, right? Or it came out before the weekend. By Sunday, because the Biden administration is scrambling, like, well, yeah, we're not going to do that. You know, we're not going to allow that to happen. Like they didn't know. You know what I mean? You can't have thousands of people coming into this country and not knowing where they're going, and that they're made to work. They're made to work, and they're not getting sick days. You know what I mean? You're 13 years old. What do you know about sick day? So they're getting taken advantage of through them not knowing the policies and stuff through the U.S. and the language barrier. Okay, so when we talk about racism, it's still going on. Okay, it hasn't stopped. It won't stop. The only person that's going to stop it is Yahweh Yahweh being the name of the Heavenly Father, Yahweh being the name of his only begotten Son. They're the ones going to take this devil off the planet. Because if they don't, what's going to happen? What do you think a world is going to be like 10, 20 years from now? You know, we're already teetering on the brink of a nuclear holocaust, which of course is prophesied to happen. So it's going to happen. But the people that are running this country are just, you know, this country and this world are evil people. You know, it's hard for people to fathom that. You know, even though growing up, you watch the cartoons, there's always some evil Edomite sitting there rubbing his hands like, yeah, I'm about to take over the world. I'm about to do this. I'm about to do that. But when you get older, you're like, nah, that was just a cartoon. That's not true. Yeah, it is. Okay. Just got to pay attention a little bit more. All right. Let's go to Psalm chapter 147, verse 19. Just got to pay attention. Listen to what people say. Listen to how they move. Listen to their actions. The minute she comes out with that article, all of a sudden, the minute she comes out with that article, all of a sudden the Biden administration stands up like, somebody get over there and handle that. You know, we can't have 14 and 13-year-olds working in factories and working all throughout the night and then having to go to school in the morning and to send money back home. And it's allowed. Why? Because America was based upon slavery. White people don't like to work. They're like, let me get somebody else to do this. You know what I mean? So now that I guess they're tired of us, we're pretty much tired of them, they need more people to come in that are trying to live the American dream, don't realize that it's a nightmare. Okay? All right, let's go. Psalm 147, verse 19. Got it, King? You still there?
Khan, I got it. I was just getting it real quick. This is the
Okay.
book of Psalms, chapter 147 and verse 19. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that doesn't look like everybody. Doesn't sound like everybody too. Jacob and his judgments unto Israel. So that's kind of exclusive. Okay. This Bible has what you would consider racism in it. You know what I mean? Actually, discriminatory practices. You know, when you read Deuteronomy 7 and 6, and it says you're above all people. That's it's pretty racist. You know what I mean? I mean, you call it racist or, you know, the nationalistic, you know, because we are a nation. Okay. Race is a fairly new term. Okay. So let's read verse 20.
Khan, this verse 20. He had not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye Yahweh.
So you could read a scripture like this. Of course, people go and, you know, not people, but people that think they know what they're talking about with the Bible. Well, Paul said, and Paul said, what did Paul say? What did Paul really say? You know what I mean? We all know I'm going to go with the Gentile, but did you know that there's actually other Gentiles rather than just the heathens? There's Israelite Gentiles. There's a lot of Israelites now that don't even realize they're Israelites. They say they're African Americans. You believe that? Unbelievable. I know. It's like all this information. You got smartphones, computers, smart TVs. It's the stuff. They have Terminator-like robots walking around. You know what I'm saying? They have drones in the sky. They have all these things. People are still not getting the basics. And I'm talking about our people. It's really our people. Because when I'm out there in the streets, you know, brothers out there reading the scriptures, and we talk to so-called white man walks up and says, hey, what are you guys doing here? We're like, we're letting our brothers know that they're God's chosen people. You know what I mean? They come back to the law, statutes, commandments in the Bible. And I asked them, did you know that God's chosen people, the real Jews, are black? He's like, yeah, of course. Everybody knows that. I'm like, well, not everybody, because if everybody knew that, I wouldn't have to be out here. You know what I'm saying? So it's common knowledge under every circle. The Arabs, they obviously know because that's their, you know, their area over there where they're at. They understand that, yeah, these people were black. What did the president of Egypt said? The Jews will never have peace because they left black and came back white. Said in Time magazine. You'd be hard pressed to find that article. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. You'd be hard pressed to find it because they're like, oh, we got to bury this one. Right. So other nationalities, they know who we are. We're the only people that don't know who we are. We say we're black, which is a color. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate, you know, but it's the last days. So it's now for time people to wake up. Like, come on, smack yourself. Get up, wake up. You're Neo. You're in the Matrix. Pay attention. Get it together. You got stuff you need to do. It's like, oh, I'm an Israelite. Oh, I'm good. No, you have actually read the book. Figure out what law, statutes, commandments apply to you. If you're a male, you don't have to worry about getting on your cycle. You know what I'm saying? We have to, it's things that happen in you know, the temple that, you know, like the incense and we don't have that. You know what I mean? So all 613 laws, statutes, commandments, it's actually less than that. And they're not that hard. You know what I'm saying? On the whole grand scheme of things, they're not that hard. Okay. But whatever you're dealing with, you're like, man, it's hard. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what's hard? Running out of your house at 4:17 in the morning. You don't get your car keys. You probably ain't got no shoes. You got to get your children out in the middle of winter with a 7.8 earthquake just shaking everywhere. You trying to run, everything's falling or collapsing. That's difficult. That seems like a very challenging thing. Not working, cooking, or going into your pleasure on a Sabbath from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. I mean, what is it? Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Yeah, it's just you're resting. You can do that. That's not that difficult. You know what I mean? And that's keeping the law. Let's continue. All right. Let's go to John chapter 15, verse 16. As you see, he only knows Jacob. He only knows Israel. He only knows the Hebrew Israelites. He only knows the 12 tribes of Israel. Show me a Christian that knows about the Hebrew Israelites, which the Bible is about. You can't just throw out the first half of the book and just go straight to Paul, 3 lines from Paul, and say, I know everything. You don't. All right. There's a lot of prophecy in here, and the prophecy is playing out in front of us. All these places are getting destroyed with just tanker trucks falling off the place and trains just collapsing. How many trains can one place? How many trains can overturn or whatever in one country in 1 week? You got to see that's a judgment. You got to pay attention to stuff like that. All right. But we're God's chosen people. It's time to wake up and come back to law, statutes, commandments. It's time. All right. So let's go to John 15, verse 16. Baba Shaw.
This is the book of John, chapter 15 and verse 16. Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you and ordained you that ye should go and bring forth fruit, and that your fruit should remain, that whatsoever ye shall ask of the Father in my name, he may give it you.
So you didn't choose this. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people are on this call, and you're not on here because you chose to. You're on here because most wanted you to be. You didn't wake up to this truth because you just happened to walk down the street and those brothers were bringing out the word. Do you know what I'm saying? It was ordained. It was destined to happen. He knew about this day a long time ago. And if you think about it, if you actually sit back and dwell on it for a little bit, muse on the topic, when you did come into the truth, you know, you might have seen some brothers on the street corner, you know, and got some information and learned on your own and stuff like that, or, you know, under a camp or whatever, right? But what made you walk down the street? What made you go out that day? You know, you could have been going out somewhere and your plans got canceled and you're like, all right, let me just walk around for a little bit, or let me just walk down this street. It's always something. Or it could be YouTube. I was on YouTube and this happened to go up on my feed. Well, YouTube has over 1 billion videos. What's the chances of that video coming up on your feed? Do you know what I'm saying? You got to look at things like that. There's no accidents, okay? And the scriptures back that up, you know? You didn't choose this. Most High chose you. So don't throw it in his face and say, all right, I ain't got to do this. I ain't got to do that. I ain't got to. No. Stick to the script. You were chosen. You got this message. You got the information. So with that, you know who you are. Life becomes so much easier. Now, in comparison to what it was, not saying it's going to get completely easy street, because now you're going to have to deal with a whole nother level of demons. Satan going to come at you. Satan's going to test you. You know what I mean? So it doesn't get completely easy. But if you think about it, before you were in the truth, what was life like before then? You might have been blissfully ignorant, but at the same time, you destined it to trip over a Russian nuclear missile. So this is about your life and your family's life. All right. Let's go to John chapter 4, verse 22. All right. So the Most High chose you, and he didn't choose your enemies, Slaki. He didn't choose your enemies. He didn't choose Esau. He didn't choose Moab. He didn't choose Ammon. You know, he didn't choose Ishmael. Didn't choose Ham, the Canaanites. You know what I mean? He chose you. He chose your line, your bloodline. That should be very awe-inspiring. You know what I mean? That should make you want to get up in the morning. You know what I mean? It should take away that depression, which we all inevitably have been through at one point in time. You know what I'm saying? Because it's an oppressive society. It's made to oppress you. It's made to bring you down. But once you know who you are, once you know how important you are, once you know that the Most High has chosen you from the beginning, life should become a little bit more smoother. See things a little bit more clearly. You know, when you pray, there's somebody actually listening. All right. Now, if you don't get what you want like that, be patient. Okay. If you're at the end of the world and you begging to win a dang on lottery, I mean, come on. What's $1 billion going to do when the economy collapses? What is money? Do you eat? Can you eat money? What do you do when there's no food on the shelves? You know what I'm saying? And the banks close. You get $1 billion, you put it into Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo's taking your money. Wells Fargo's closing. You know what I mean? There's a couple Wells Fargo's closing in Philadelphia. You know, so money's not the move right now. It's protection from 𝐤𝐿, being surrounded by the angels. That's the move. Okay. If not, matter of fact, let's get Isaiah 33, verse 6.
Con.
What's the move? We gotta find out what's the move in these last days, right?
Slakia, you want me to drop that John 4 and 22?
Con, we'll come back to that.
Con. You say Isaiah what?
33, verse 6.
Con.
We are in these days, right? This is it. So when you got it, you can bring it out.
There's the book Isaiah, chapter 33 and verse 6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure.
Wisdom and knowledge, stability of our time. You know, knowing, fearing the Most High. That's off top. You want wisdom, you got to fear God. Everything else is extra. Okay. And knowing these scriptures, you know what I'm saying? And reading them daily. You want to read them daily. You want to keep this in your mind. Okay. Because it's easy to fall off and go back into the world. And well, I guess I guess it is. I don't know what's in the world that is beneficial to anybody at this point in time. This place is an embarrassment. You got Joe Biden falling up the steps. You got his staffers falling down the steps. Yeah, it's just I don't see the big deal in this world. This world is done. It's done. There's nothing more to get out of this thing. When I say this world, I'm talking about Esau's world, where it's chemtrails, there's mandatory jabs that don't work, that have mercury in them, there's fluoride in the drinking water, there's radioactive material in the soil. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, this place is done. Let's go back to John 4 and 22. All right. What we need is salvation. What we need is upliftment. What we need is our God to save us. You know, because if he doesn't, what's going to happen? You already seen Esau on a hot mic saying, I can't wait to kill these niggas. I can't wait. The minute we get the chance, we're going to kill these. This is what police officers are saying. And they get fired, you know, suspended. Police really don't get fired. They just lose their job temporarily, if that. And they go to either another police force or they get rehired. You know what I mean? So it's all praise to the Most High. We're able to hear these things, so we know what they're thinking. They're gearing up while Jake is just shooting each other down the streets. Okay. But that, you know, things are going to change. Jake going to really pay attention to what's going on in this world. All right. But who's salvation for? Let's get that. John 4 and 22.
There's the book of John, chapter 4 and verse 22. Ye worship, ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews.
Salvation is of the Jews. Why don't they read that in church? Because they say salvation is for everybody. How much I said salvation is of the Jews? What are you talking about? All right, this is the word of God. You understand? So, that sounds kind of racist, man. Sounds very leaning on one side and not really caring about anybody else on the other side. If you look at the scriptures, it actually says that the other nations are spittle. They're nothing. They're less than nothing. And you're probably like, how did God say something like that? Because he has a chosen people. He knows who he likes. He knows who he doesn't like. And when you look at objectively speaking, just look around. Destroying the world. How do you just dump stuff in the oceans? You're going to need those oceans. How do you dump stuff in the air? You breathe the same air. Do you understand? They got these chemicals. They're like, all right, just burn it off. When they say when you burn off, it was like, I don't know the name. It was polyvinyl or something like that. I think it was Moab. Moab explained it a lot because he said he went to school for that. He's like, yo, that stuff's very dangerous. And it's even more dangerous when you light it on fire. You know what I'm saying? Kind of definitely gonna bring that one out. At Second Ezra. Even when you light it on fire, it goes up in the air, it gets in the clouds, it falls down in the rain, gets in the soil, goes in the air. You know what I mean? That's the cycle continues, right? But they said like 70%. I don't want to say the wrong number, but I know it's a very high percentage of like all the food, or a large portion of the food that this country consumes comes out of Ohio. Ohio got a lot of farms. So, it's on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania. So when you're able to do things like that, you know what I mean? You make something that happened that was bad, you made it worse. You lie, you withhold information. The president of the United States took a plane halfway across the world to Ukraine while Ohio is like dying right now. This is the leadership that America has. You're supposed to be a leader. You're supposed to go in there if you don't want to go there. Trump went there. Trump saw the spot. You know what I mean? So that part of the world, it has to go. It has to go. You know what I mean? That in itself can depress somebody, that your leader just doesn't care anything about you. Now, we understand as Israelites that they never cared, but when you're, say you're in the military, or you're a police officer, whatever, you're doing something where you're putting your life on the line. You stand up for America and you pledge your allegiance to America, and then something bad happens in America. And what does your president do? He flies to Ukraine to give somebody money. They give the president of Ukraine like $400 million more, or $1 billion more. Janet Yellen went over there to give him a blank check. Yeah, the Most High is lining all these people up to be destroyed, straight like that. Okay, let's go to Isaiah 54, verse 8. So yeah, Khan, he's lining people up to get destroyed, and you can see it. You know what I mean? One thing I did notice a couple of years ago was that, and I'm sure you guys noticed it too, it would be like, for instance, like 4th of July. 4th of July falls on the new moon. You know what I'm saying? Purim falls on Valentine's Day. Like, it's either one or the other. He's making it very easy. Either you're going to celebrate Christmas, or you're going to celebrate Hanukkah, the last day of Hanukkah. You're going to celebrate Tabernacles, or you're going to celebrate like Halloween or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So he's making it real easy to see if you have the spirit of the Most High God. Do you want to do what he requires of you, or you want to do your own thing, as Satan worshipers do? That's the only thing Satan worshipers, the difference is they do whatever they want. And if you do whatever you want and you're not governed by anything, yeah, that's you on that type of time. All right. But we are the Israelites. We are chosen. It's a very racist book. Okay. And God's listening to you. So let's just get it together. It's the end of the world. Let's get it together. All right. Isaiah 54, verse 8, Bubba Shaw.
Here's the book of Isaiah, chapter 54 and verse 8. In a little wrath, I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith the Lord, thy Redeemer.
So you're probably thinking, man, we've been in captivity forever, but we've been trawling forever. We've been always doing the most. We have been a stiff-necked people. We continue to be a stiff-necked people. Hence the example, right? I'm out there, downtown Philadelphia, bringing out the word of God. Young boy walks by, can't be no more than 16, 17, maybe 18. And brother, you know your nationality? Now, we say this all the time, right? And people, you know, they might be intrigued, or I'm busy, or I'm about to catch the bus. All right, are you Israelite, brother? You know, keep the laws, statutes, commandments, you know, real quick, John. But he's walking by all slow. He's smiling like, nah. I'm kind of blown back that he's smiling like, I'm like, okay. Do you want to know? Nah. As he's walking by, like he is the happiest, dumbest that he can be. You know what I mean? Happy dumb. And I'm not necessarily dumb, but like, and ignorant is just not knowing. If you purposely don't want to know, like you hold your ears when you walk by, you don't want to hear nothing, you don't want to change your lifestyle, you think you good, good old head. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They it's just, you know, what do you do with that? How do you get past that? How do you get past that blockage? You know what I'm saying? So we've been doing the Most High dirty for real. You know, he's like, yo, do me a favor. Like, you know, it seems so, look, just don't do anything from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Like, man, I got a party to go to Friday night, just got paid. What you talking about? Sabbath. What Sabbath? And then you go out there to the party and the party gets shot up. And it still doesn't sink in, like, I shouldn't even have been at that damn party. You know what I mean? Let alone been able to, or, you know, to catch a bullet, I shouldn't even have been out of my house. I should have been sitting here reading the scriptures. You know? So there's telltale things you can do to save your life. And there's telltale things you can do to end your life early, premature. All right? So the Most High hid his face from us because we weren't listening. We want to be Muslim, Buddhist, Christian, even the Christians, because Christians celebrate what? Every freaking holiday you ain't supposed to celebrate. Jeremiah 10 says, don't celebrate Christmas. Christians is like, hey, Merry Christmas. No, not doing that. Oh, you don't want to celebrate the birth of Jesus? Please believe that Jesus, you know what I'm saying, and Jeremiah is in the Old Testament. So Jeremiah, before HOI actually walked the earth, you know, officially, as far, I mean, you know, we understand that Solomon, Melchizedek, all that, right? But officially came into being a savior of Israel. It was some time after Jeremiah. So how you celebrating his birthday when, of course, you know, he was born after Jeremiah said that? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, so when we're talking about Christians, just because they read the book doesn't mean they honor it and act, or don't act. Just because they say they read the book doesn't mean they actually read the book. All right. So all these different things, we got to stay away from that. We're God's chosen people. We are the Hebrew Israelites. We're the salt of the earth. We're the apple of the Most High's eye. Why are you so cool? You can't even help. how cool you are. Why do you have that walk? That, you know what I mean? Is your style, swagger, whatever you want to call it. Because you come from God. You know what I'm saying? You're the closest carbon copy from the Most High God on the earth. You know what I'm saying? We're gods on the earth. Little g, but we're gods nevertheless. Okay, and that's scriptures. You know what I mean? You go in the law, call us judges. In Psalm 2, calls us gods. Okay. Let's get Tobit chapter 4, verse 21. So he said, in a little wrath, he's going to hide his face. You know what I'm saying? In a moment. But with everlasting kindness, we have mercy on us. Man, we need some mercy. We getting kicked out of our houses. Our neighborhood's getting gentrified. That homeless shelter is packed. You better get there at a certain time or you're not getting in. The soup line, as they call it, you know what I'm saying, where you get your food distribution, is getting longer and longer. And it's all us in those lines. So who really needs help? Who really needs salvation? You know what I'm saying? Israel just started beating the crap out of each other within like the past couple of weeks. Jake has been beating the crap out of each other since forever. I mean, not forever. Well, slavery, we, just like he said in Django, just to get us in the middle of the floor and fight each other to the death. And it just kept going and kept going. This stuff never stopped. And here we are, gun violence, crazy. Amongst each other. God forbid Jake sees somebody else that he doesn't like and shoots them. Just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? In Philadelphia, for an Edomite to get shot, it has to be by accident. You know what I mean? Like he's driving by and catches a bullet or a stray bullet. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's where we're at. Okay, let's go to Tobit 4, verse 21, Baruch Shah.
There's the book of Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 21. And fear not, my son, that we are made poor, for thou hast much wealth, if thou fear God and depart from all sin, and do that which is pleasing in his sight.
So we're like, we mean God's chosen people. We're the poorest people in the richest country in America. Let me say that again. We're the poorest people in the richest country in America. Richest country in the world, not America. In the richest country in the world, we're the poorest. The only people that could be poorer than us is Hispanics. The only people who be poorer than Hispanics are the Native Americans. And we all part of the same, bloodline. You know what I mean? But you try to separate the so-called black man, the tribes or whatever like that. The only people that are sickly than so-called black people are the Native Americans. You know what I mean? The only people that can beat us in like the worst categories on the planet are the other tribes. You know what I'm saying? But what it say in Revelation, 29, he says, thou art poor, you're poor, but you're rich. How's that? That doesn't make any sense. How do you rich and poor at the same time? You might not have financially the money and the means, but you have something that money cannot buy, and that's your bloodline. Thank your father. You know what I'm saying? Your father in heaven. You know what I'm saying? Your earthly dad, you know what I mean? That he brought you in physically, you know what I'm saying? And gave you that bloodline. All praises to the Most High. Bill Gates cannot buy that. He can go up to 𝐤𝐄𝐼 and say, here, I got $56 billion. Matter of fact, here, Elon Musk is bringing in his $60 billion, whatever he got, and we got over $100 billion. Most High don't need that. You know what I mean? Speaking of Elon Musk, he's justifying, it was a cartoonist that wrote Dilbert, right? And Bo was really blatantly honest, you know what I'm saying? I like Edomites like that. They're like, look, I don't like you, you don't like me. Hey, man, I'm good with that. You know what I'm saying? It's the Joe Bidens that, they're the snake in the grass and everything like that, I really don't like. But this guy was like, yo, stay away from black people. You know, like why would you live around them? Nothing is going to change. We cannot help these people. They're not going to help us. We have to get away from them. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he said it. He's on the internet. He knew what he was saying. He was like, it might be controversy. I really don't care, you know? So we're getting that time period where all that political correctness stuff, that's out the window. They're like, we don't like you, and we're going to stay completely away from you. So he said what he said. A couple people dropped him and everything like that as far as his distribution and with his little cartoons and stuff. But Elon Musk says, hey, man, what's wrong with what he said? Like, you know what I'm saying? He's kind of justifying it. Like, the media is the one that's racist and this, that, and the third. So, you know, not to get too deep into to this guy, but he's from South Africa. You know what I'm saying? A white guy, a white boy from Africa. I don't trust him to be as open and, you know, progressive or whatever you want to call it, because he shouldn't be there anyway. You know what I mean? Captain Apartheid. So even with Captain Apartheid's money, the guy from Virgin Mobile, Bill Gates, everybody money, anybody that can combine all their money, all the billionaires, for that one person, one Edomite, to say, I'm an Israelite. Most High ain't getting that. Most High not taking that bet. Keep your money. Okay? So we can be, you can have 50 cents in your pocket, if that, but you're still rich, because it's like you have access to the Most High, his ear, the kingdom, salvation, everything that people would love, you have access to. All right. And it's for free. Okay. Let's go to 2nd Ezra. 2nd Ezra 16, verse 73.
Con.
All right. Now, but look, let's go, while you get that, I'm gonna go back with Tobit. It says, but thou hast much wealth, not gold and diamonds and jewels. That's all coming in the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? If you gotta fear God, though. That's what a lot of people have. Slakia. A lot of people think that God's my homeboy. We're friends. Fear God. He says, fear me, and say, yo, give me a high five when you see me. You know what I mean? He said, every knee shall bow. Don't play with God. Okay. Depart from all sin. Did it say, Slakia? Did it say some sin? Did it say a few sins? It says, depart from all sin and do that which is pleasing in his sight. So don't sin and pretend like he's watching you all the time, because he is. All right. It's God. His eyes are 10,000 times greater than the sun. All right. Okay, so let's go to 2nd Ezra 16, verse 73.
This 2nd Ezra, chapter 16 and verse 73. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire.
So he has a chosen, obviously. It's all throughout the scriptures. And it says, then it will be known who are who are my chosen. Who's going through it right now, man? You know? Who's dealing with the worst? Who has been dealing with the worst? That's what it comes down to. Because some people now, they be like, well, the cops are shooting us down too. Okay, so you got shot by a cop within a year, and you're thinking, oh man, the oppression is just running rampant. It's everywhere. Nah, man, we've been dealing with this for a long time now. You know what I'm saying? This isn't new to us. You know, like, welcome to our world. You know what I mean? Oh, the president went to 1,000 miles away, right? To give money to some corrupt foreign government and bypass your train derailment and all types of toxic chemicals all in the air and the sky and the water and all that. Wow. Well, yeah, we've been there. We've been there. You know, we had such things as you know, Black Wall Street just burned down the whole town and killed everybody. Did the president ever go over there to Black Wall Street and lay down a wreath? Ever? You know, about Rosewood or any other city, because every place that Jake was at in the 20s and beyond, you know, the bloody 20s or bloody summer or whatever like that and beyond, end up being race riots. You know, Esau will come in, steal everything first. Don't think you just burn down houses. You come in there and steal what you got and then burn down the houses. All right. So let's keep going. Slakia. And they should be tried as gold in the fire. So who goes through stuff like that? It's just us, okay? And it's going to make sense to a lot of people soon. You know, it's going to make sense because if they can read, which a lot of people can, they're going to see that there's color all throughout the scriptures. If Jesus, the man they called Jesus, the new name is H.O.I, was a Hebrew, which he was, Hebrews 7:14 talks about him being from the tribe of Judah, right? Then he looked like, and his description of having feet the color of brass burned in the fire. He had hair of wool. All right, so things are going to start to make sense. People are going to start to ask more questions because they're going to have to get to the bottom of these things because nobody's talking about on the news, MSNBC, CNN. They talked about those chariots in the sky for a couple of days. It was a big story, and then all of a sudden, boom, just it was gone. They're like, don't talk about it no more. That's what obviously the editors and producers are like, we don't want to talk about this no more. Because obviously they know they're not the toughest in the world. They're not the top of the food chain. People are going to figure out who is at the top of the food chain. And the answer will be, how about H.O.I? Who's his chosen people? Children of Israel. So you got a problem with us, you got a problem with him. You got a problem with him, you got a problem with us. You know what I'm saying? As above, so below. We will do the work on the earth, Most High handling up in the heavens, and he's bringing it down. He's bringing it down to these people on the ground. Literally, like he's really knocking them out the sky. There's a black helicopter, what's called Black Hawk Down over Alabama, just dropped out of the sky. You know, if you look at previous so-called UFO reports, that they would just knock out the power from the jets or, you know, whatever. And if they don't revive that power from the jets, then this is going to crash. So a lot of plane crashes been going on. Micah 5 and 10. Michael, the Archangel Michael, says he's going to stand up and fight for his people in the last days. He's knocking them out the sky. All right, so it's gonna sink in eventually. Like, hold on, you know what I think? I think these niggas might be the Israelites. They might know a few things, you know, and you recompense, and the recompense is going back on your head. And that's the way we're gonna keep it going. All right. So let's get Isaiah 41 and verse 8.
Huh.
All right, so the stuff you're going through, is making you into gold. You're being tried like gold. You know what I'm saying? You got to get the impurities out of gold. You know what I'm saying? The gold might look like this or like this, frankincense. You know what I mean? By the time it gets out of the ground, it's all dirty, and it has to be tried by the fire to get the impurities out. So what's happening to us? Like it says in Hebrews 12th chapter, talks about, hey man, listen, are you if he's giving you hell, paraphrasing, the affliction, then guess what? You're not bastards. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. Okay. All right. You are sons and not bastards. All right. So let's go to Isaiah chapter 41, verse 8.
Khan, there's the book of Isaiah, chapter 41 and verse 8. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend.
That's a lot to unpack. That's a lot to unpack. Israel is the Most High servant. Jacob has he chosen. All right. Seed of Abraham, my friend. Abraham is the friend of the Most High. That's something that we should all be aiming for. You know what I mean? Like, oh no, I can't do that. We have examples that are all throughout these scriptures for us to be like and who not to be like. You know what I'm saying? But Abraham was a friend of the Most High. Doesn't that sound like something that you would definitely want as a title? Such and such, friend of the Most High. Yeah, that sounds good. You know, I would recommend aiming for that. Don't aim low and hopefully I just barely get in. I'm gonna sneak in the back door of the kingdom. No, make your election sure. You know what I mean? Always had the name of the Most High in your mouth, praising him. I say always, you don't have to just sit on your couch and do nothing and just say, thank you, Thawadah, Thawadah. You still, handle your business in life. You got to work, you got to eat, But as you're doing that, you're thanking the Most High because life could be so much different for you. You're not waking up in prison. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, somebody could be watching this that is waking up in prison, but at least you're waking up. If you are waking up in prison, at least you're waking up. It's people that aren't waking up, and even with that being in prison, you repent, come back to the law, statutes, commandments written in the scriptures. So when H.O.I comes back, he can grab you too. You know what I'm saying? You repented from your sin. You restored yourself to a level of perfection. That's perfection, restoration. That doesn't mean you never sin. It says restore yourself though. Okay. So, whatever you're going through, you're God's chosen. All right. And you too, can aim to be friends of the Most High. Just aim in that direction. Aim to do everything that the Most High requires you. Aim to do things that are right and it's good in his sight. Okay. Read next verse.
This is verse 9. Slack it. This is verse 9. Thou whom I have taken from the ends of the earth and called thee from the chief men thereof and said unto thee, thou art my servant. I have chosen thee and not cast thee away.
So we've chosen you and not cast thee away. So people, spiritual Israel. Okay, where's that spiritual Israel gate? Can you show me that? No, of course you can't. So the Most High chose us. Can anybody tell God that he shouldn't have did that, or maybe you should have did this differently, whatever? It's God. He know what he was doing from the beginning. Okay, go ahead. Can you read verse 10?
Yeah, calm. This is verse 10. Slack it. Yeah, this is verse 10. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness.
Don't be dismayed. Don't be fearful. Okay. Most High give us the spirit of fear. Okay. He's going to strengthen us. He's going to help us. He's going to uphold us with his right hand of righteousness. Us, just us. on this planet, in this country, we get no justice. But in the kingdom to come, it's going to be just us. Like that? See that play on words? Listen, man. One of the biggest tricks the devil pulled is saying that God loved everybody. You know, and just kept on pressing that, kept on of everything else, you know, not talking about feast days, not talking about leaving out of Egypt, not talking about nothing else. The only thing that they harping on, God loves everybody, God loves everybody, because they know that God does not love everybody. And that's why every Christian knows John 3:16, but hardly any Christian could tell you what John 3:14 says. We're going to get to that. All right. But notice that's a trick that the devil pulls. You know what I'm saying? You say one thing and just keep on repeating it so it sounds like it's true. But as scriptures say, no, it's not true. Okay. Let's keep going. Verse 11.
There's verse 11. Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish.
Yeah. So that's another thing we got to look into, is that people that try to go against us, we don't realize it is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys chose the people that go against Israelites, that go against other Israelites. It's very dangerous. Let me be the first to tell you, one thing you don't want to do is vex God's chosen people, because you never know who they are through the Spirit. And Chief Ephraim always says that. You never know who people are through the Spirit. So you should really watch your mouth and what you say to people. You know, controversy in Israel. High priest Ariel passed away, right? And you got brothers disrespecting his name. Why would you do that? You know what I mean? Put it like this, y'all. I would recommend you keep your mouth shut when it comes to other brothers, right? So you look at Moses, right? Moses had a woman from outside of the nation. So Aaron and Miriam thought it was a good idea to try to vex their brother, right? And what happened to Miriam? Turned leopard as snow, had to stayed out the camp for a week. She was unclean. You know, that's judgment. And, you know, well, in the scriptures, it says that you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. Hey, man, listen, let the Most High be the judge. All right. The minute you come out your mouth to a powerful brother, you know what I mean? And the truth, the tabernacle of the Lord is with men, or a sister that's diligent in this walk. That's dangerous, man. It's dangerous. I recommend you don't do that. And if anybody dies, don't try to curse them out or say anything crazy, because now you're gonna have the Most High looking at you. And hopefully you got your ducks in order, so to speak. All right. Okay. Let's go to Isaiah 54:17. Chief Ephraim really broke down that situation marvelously on his, Facebook, and I believe it's on YouTube too. You know what I mean? So, check it out. Okay. And it's not for controversy or anything like that. See, we're teachers, so we had to teach what to do and what not to do. One of the worst things you can do is disrespect the dead of an Israelite. It's one of the worst things you can do. You know what I mean? Of a righteous brother. Because he can't, why? Because he can't defend himself. But like an Abel situation, his voice was being heard by the Most High in death. So for you to disrespect the dead, it's a possibility that the dead's, wait, hold up. this dude disrespected me, and have a conversation with the Most High. You know, this is dangerous, not smart. All right. It's Isaiah 54 and 17. When you get a chance.
Oh. Salakia, King. Yeah, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 54 and verse 17, and it reads, "No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord."
So every tongue that rises up against you in judgment, thou shalt condemn. Got the heritage. This is the heritage of the servants. You know, very ancient tribe. You know what I mean? Talking with the Most High, communing with the Most High, dealing with angels. You know what I'm saying? This is what we do. This is our folks, right? We fast, we pray, we come together, we congregate, we do all these things. And the Most High, and that's what I'm talking about, trying to be friends with the Most High. You're doing everything that He asks you to do, everything that He commands you to do. You know, and now no weapon formed against you shall prosper. You know what I mean? So he's a shield and buckler. It's a shield blocking any weapon that's coming towards you. But you see in Isaiah 41 and 11, they should be ashamed and confounded. They should be as nothing. And they that strive with thee shall perish. Perish means death. They're not going to be able to get over on you. This is racism 101. How come that's not for everybody? You know, what about the Moabite, which is so-called Chinese man? What about his God? Where's his gods? Do they say this too? Can I look in the Quran and get this type of acknowledgement from my God, from Allah, saying that He has my back like this? I don't think so. You understand? And even if it does say that doesn't make it true. You know, in Philadelphia, a lot of people are dying are Muslims. You know, the Muslim grave in Philadelphia, you can't even bury them fast enough. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, like the dirt is still turned over. There's no grass growing. It's just lumps of dirt in the Muslim cemeteries. You know, so we got to find out who we are. This is our God. Is thus saith the Lord. Nothing else. You know what I mean? Does Krishna say that? Does Buddha say that? That no weapon formed against you shall prosper? No, he's talking to us. Okay. Very exclusive. This is a very exclusive club. You know, it don't matter how much you tip the bouncer, you're not getting in this joint. All right. Either you're in or you're not. And if you in, you better stay in. All right, because things are getting serious. All right, let's go to Zechariah 2, verse 8. You understand? I think things are getting very serious in these streets as far as homicides goes, planes falling from the sky, wars and rumors of wars, crazy earthquakes. You know, I'm sure there's plenty more earthquakes on their way. You know what I mean? Israel versus Israel, the Edomites is beating the crap out of each other. These are all prophecies happening. All right, so it's always a good time to stay focused. All right, we'll bring that out. Zechariah 2, verse 8, Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 2 and verse 8. "For thus saith the Lord of hosts, after the glory had he sent me unto the nations which spoiled you. For he that toucheth you, toucheth the apple of his eye."
The apple of the Most High's eye. Wow. Is that not amazing? Is that not beautiful? You know what I'm saying? That the maker of heaven and earth are that you know, that they say the maker of heaven and earth says that you are the apple of his eye. Man, that's a winning team. You're on a winning team. You know, let's say you're on a gravy train with biscuit wheels. You can't lose. All you got to do is just knock off that sin, get that sin out of there. You know what I'm saying? You did it a million times. You ain't got to do it a million more. You know, every time you do it, whatever it is, fill in the blank, whatever it is, it makes you feel terrible, right? Because you're thinking about it like, man, I shouldn't have did that. Man, I shouldn't have did that. Well, just don't do it. And once you take a couple of days off from whatever sin you got going on, or a day off, like, damn, I can do a day, I can do 2 days. I can do 2 days, I can do 3 days. And come to find out, you realize it doesn't have that much hold on you as you think. Mentally, it does. Physically, not so much. Okay? You're the apple of the Most High's eye. Let's go to John 3:16. Christians say this. They say this, like, give me a scripture. John 3:16, John 3:16. That's day one. That's day one. You know? But don't understand it. It's the world. It's not a huge world. It's not everybody in the world. It's not the earth. It's the world. What's that? The world of the Israelites. We'll bring that out. Very exclusive, very racist. All right. Let's go to John 3:16, Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of John, chapter 3 and verse 16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
So this is it's a great scripture. If, you know, I mean, people didn't hijack it and try to use it for whatever purposes. God loves everybody. Nope. God loves the Israelites. Okay, so it's a great scripture. All right, let's go to Isaiah 45 and 17 to back up. Who are we talking about? You know what I mean? So we go to Hebrews. The first chapter talks about making the worlds, plural. Okay, so it's not just one world. Now that we have that understanding, we can move on. Stop trying to bring everybody in. You know, that Martin Luther King spirit. Little black boys and little white girls. I don't think God liked that too much, because he definitely divided the nations. You understand? The only reason we're actually in here, this melting pot, as they call it, which melts into some white male, is because we weren't following the law, statutes, commandments written in the scriptures, and we got punished, and we're continuing to be punished. But this isn't working. This isn't an experiment. They knew what it would be like. You know what I'm saying? You have somebody that is subservient to you. You know, we got to ask for water. We got to ask for clothes. We got to, you know what I mean? Like, we got to pay taxes that go straight to Ukraine. There hasn't been a pothole filled in Philadelphia in I don't know how long. They're actually making more potholes. All they do is make potholes and then walk away. Like, why would you dig up the street and just walk away? You don't put a cone in front of that, nothing. Just walk away. You understand? Because that's where your tax dollars goes. It goes to fight a war that you're never going to Ukraine. Why would you even go to Ukraine? What's in Ukraine that you got to see? You understand? But this is America. All right. That's where your money goes. Okay. Let's go now. Isaiah 45 and 17.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 45 and verse 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed, nor confounded, world without end.
World without end. When you go up, you see Israel shall be saved in the Lord. That's the world. It's not everybody. Why would it be everybody? How can Evelyn Rothschild and all those evil people that I may do some crazy, wicked things. You know what I'm saying? I would say some of the things they're saying that they do, but you might not believe me. You need to throw everything out. You know what I mean? Oh, he says that they drink baby's blood. I'm not listening to anything he says. Hey, man, listen. You'd be really surprised what evil people do. I'll leave it at that. So I don't know if you heard any like interviews with people that were formerly in that life and now they found Jesus, or they're Christians now, they're not Israelites. They'll be like Esau, that I changed my life. What I used to do was this, that, and the third, and they start breaking it down. You're like, wow, you guys do some evil, wicked things. So what makes you think that somebody that's doubling down on their wickedness, sacrificing people, killing people and doing all types of evil things, it's going to waltz into the kingdom of heaven? It's just not going to happen. All right, let's go to Joel chapter 2, verse 32. Because what does the scripture say, Peter? The righteous shall scarcely be saved. So instead of bringing everybody, together and all this other stuff that, like I said, that Martin Luther King spirit, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Let's deal in reality. And because he did say that, right? Martin Luther King said, I had a dream. The Most High got him shot in the neck, right? He survived, went to the hospital, and his dream was there. You had the opportunity as a white man and a white girl and, the white nurse and the white doctor. Everybody got out of the room. The doctor spit in his face and smothered him with a pillow. That doesn't sound like somebody I want to shake hands with and be, the mountaintop and I seen the promised land. I don't want to be in the promised land with them. At all. All right, let's bring that out. Joel 2 and 32.
Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, usually after Isaiah 45 and 17, I would turn to the scripture to line it up with that, the book of Joel, chapter 2, and we already there, but I will go to verse 27.
Khan, you want to bring it out?
Yeah, I'll read it real quick. And this is Joel chapter 2, verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed.
Khan. So, of course, he's in the midst of Israel. Not in the midst of Moab, not in the midst of anybody else. This is a very exclusive club we're in. Okay. And I bring this up pretty much every time I probably get on here. Is that how many people do you see with fringes on a daily basis? Think about that tomorrow. You go to work, you go out, you go to school, wherever you got to go. Look around. You're on the bus, you're on the train, you're in traffic, you're at work, you're in a mall, whatever. Look around. How many people you see actually with fringes on? It's not a lot. Very exclusive club, okay? And with that in mind, it's something that we should be humbled. Like I said, he chose us. Okay, so it's very humbling, to be in this position. And much is given, much is required. You were given the truth. A lot of people still don't have it, or don't get it. So given that opportunity, it's best just to go in the right direction. It's best not to throw it in the Most High's face. I would recommend that. That's smart. You know what I mean? Don't try to box God. He's he always wins. Okay, go ahead.
Khan, this verse, the book of Joel, chapter 2 and verse 32. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord has said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call.
Now, this is the word of God. Okay? So whoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance. So whosoever, who, it didn't say Beijing, you know? It doesn't say Baghdad. It doesn't say Washington, D.C. It's Mount Zion and in Jerusalem. It's us, so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Very exclusive club. Kind of racist. It's kind of racist, man. You know, I don't like the, I'm just saying, pretty racist. Okay, let's go to 2nd Ezra 6 and 54. You want to get racist? We about to get into some. Yeah, it's pretty racist right here. We call this the shotgun. We out, you know what I mean, out in the streets. God loves everybody. You guys are racist. Man, bring out the shotgun. You know, because in reality, what we're doing, we're reading the scriptures. And every scripture that I brought out lets you know how the Most High, well, pretty much every scripture, lets you know how the Most High loves his people, is protecting his people, is a shield and buckler and a spear for his people. Not everybody. That's when, when a freight train hits a passenger train in Greece a couple of days before the destruction of Nicanor, man, that's a bad job, man. Yeah, I don't think he was with them that day. You know what I mean? He sees them, you know what I mean? Like they up in the spirit world right now, you know what I'm saying? And the people that aren't. So it's people that died and it's people that got in a train wreck with a freight train. I don't know how their back is, how their neck is, but they ain't no little whiplash, man. You're talking about 80 people in the hospital. They don't have to be in the hospital for stubbing their toe. They're in the hospital because their head hit the window, you know what I mean? Or thrown out of a train and landed 50 feet away. Yeah, he ain't the one to play with. Also, I wanted to bring this up too, before I forget. Michigan, right? We talk about Michigan, Lake Huron. They actually found a shipwreck underneath. I just saw it like 5 minutes before I got on the call. A shipwreck in the water over there in Lake Huron, in Michigan area, where they seen that chariot. They supposedly shot it down. So, they just found that, right? So I'm looking forward to that, seeing, it was grain, and I think it was in 1890s or something, 1800s or something like that. But, what, I mean, I don't want to bring that up like it means anything, but I was just saying that's interesting. I'll do more research on it myself, Chaasadyah. But after they supposedly shot down the so-called UFO, it was like the next day that the University of Michigan got shot up by some random guy that didn't even go to the university, that had no ties to the university. Yeah, that just happened. So when you start seeing stuff in the sky, oh, wow, that's pretty. Man, they coming to destroy. What are you talking about? You read, was it Zechariah, the 5th chapter? Right? That's he's coming into the house of the thief and the liar that swear falsely by his name. You know what I mean? To destroy and bring down the timber thereof of their house. Paraphrasing. So that happened in Michigan. In Texas, they had a chariot was seen in the sky and all that. And then a mall got shot up in there. I think El Paso Mall got shot up like next couple of days. But people aren't associating these two things together. Like, all right, I see a chariot in the sky. The chariot allowed me to film it, to get on the internet, show everybody, and then boom, destruction, mass shooting, stuff like that. So there is definitely a correlation. Okay. So what you see in the sky and what happens on the planet. Okay. Violently.
Salaki, that's a brilliant correlation too.
Thawadah. All praises. Because you don't hear about it a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, Michigan, I don't hear about Michigan a lot. And then all of a sudden you hear it 2 days in a row, you know what I'm saying? Or a couple days in a row, followed by a shooting. It's not, if it had mass shootings every 5 minutes over there, then fine. But if you haven't heard of a mass shooting over there in Michigan in a while, and it just happened right after a chariot was seen, supposedly shot down, yeah, right, then things start to make more sense. Now it's going to start happening more and more rapidly where it's going to be obvious. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't hide stuff like that. And that day's coming soon. All praises. All right, let's go to 2nd Ezra 6 and 54.
This 2nd Ezra, chapter 6 and verse 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen.
So everybody comes from Adam, right? Including his chosen. Go ahead.
Verse 55. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes.
The Lord made the world for our sakes, the Israelites. Okay? Very important. You don't forget that. Okay. Now, as you see, we're going through some things, you know. Try to get back on our feet. You know what I'm saying? It's a rough ride over here in America, but it's almost over. You know what I mean? It's almost over. They're pushing this war so much, and with China, telling China what to do, shooting down their little balloon, bringing out the report that COVID came from China. China don't like none of that. Like, yo, stop, keep my name out your mouth, is what China is saying. And China ain't afraid of nobody. You got like what, 1.4 billion people, if not more than that. Billion. They say, look, we can lose a couple people. We can lose a couple million a day. How many you willing to give up? What else happened?
Who gonna fight?
Who, in America?
Right, Khan.
Ain't nobody, not over here. Give me that draft report, rip. Like, I'm like, come on, where are you crazy? You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna fight for this country when all the stuff that they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, but America is gullible, and they have a short memory. You know what I mean? They could get destroyed, crapped on, whatever you want to call it, by their government, and then all they do is a false flag. Chaasadyah. Something happened. A shooting happened downtown. Blah 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 blah, and it was a Chinese person, and he works for China, and everyone's trying to shoot us down. I'm gonna go to war. So that'll be Esau. To answer that question, Esau will be the one to jump into action, and goofy Israelites, not Israelites, but you know what I'm talking about, like Gentile Israelites that love this country so much, they'll go, and the Most High will destroy them all at the same time. Just like the Valley of Jehoshaphat. Let them kill each other. You know? Like right now, Israel and Palestine. 2 heathen nations are fighting each other in our land. And they're killing each other. You know what I'm saying? So, Valley of Jehoshaphat type time. All right, let's keep going. Read the next verse. Verse 56.
This is verse 56. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing.
What did he say?
That they are nothing.
The Bible don't say that.
Thou hast said that they are nothing.
How is that possible that we have been lied to from jump? that talk about God loves everybody. But I'm clearly reading the Bible that it says these other nations are nothing. What? Wow, that is a powerful lie. I mean, you know, but it's something that you got to keep in your mind. They're really nothing. So when things happen, right? When you know, these heathens, well, it was a heathen, I believe, that was filming that chariot over Michigan. And you hear a commentary like, this is from out of this world, and this is amazing, and this, that, and the third. So she, you know, it's not somebody's little $5 drone that they're flying in the sky. She can clearly see that this thing is amazing, you know, and you can look on the video and tell too. You know, smartphones don't have that good of pixels and all this stuff. You can see it changing colors and everything. But that's her job. Her job was to film that. She could have died the next day. Who cares? God don't care. She's nothing. But her job was to film that, put up online, us checking it out and spreading the word. Like, yo, they were really trying to shoot something down. and how do you look? That's what they said. They said in Canada, they have in Canada, and Lake Huron and somewhere else. I can't remember. But they're like, yeah, we can't find it. You know, it's a lot. Hold up, man. Look, hold on. They said it's in a very remote place. Bro, it's in America. We mean it's a remote place. Like, that's why I was like, hold up, they're reaching now, because that just doesn't sound right. Now, Trump said the same thing about Puerto Rico. Remember, Puerto Rico had the was it an earthquake? No, I think it was a hurricane. It was a hurricane, bad hurricane, and that was when Trump was like shooting the Downy paper towels at people and all that. But you remember that? Yeah. And he said, I can't get to Puerto Rico. It's on an island. You know what I'm saying? It's really far away. Yo, they will do a surprise visit to a war-torn country like Ukraine within a day. How do you get there that fast? He's sitting in the White House one day, and the next day he's 1,000 miles away, right? They found Saddam Hussein in a hole 50 feet in the ground. You telling me you don't know where Lake Michigan is? Them niggas was reaching. Chaasadyah. But that's what I started looking like. Something's definitely up with this. You know what I mean? You can't find the debris. You're saying it's in a remote place, but it's in Michigan. It's not that remote. And if it is, this is your country. You can't find something in your country?
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead, King.
He said it's on an island surrounded by water. Like, duh.
A lot of water. It's on an island. Yo, and he was serious, you know. But I mean, you know, doing his mockery, you know, just take their time. As you take their time, people are dying. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. You need all the lights are out and everything's going on, and you know, people need oxygen tanks and breathing machines and stuff like that, and they're not working. So he knows the hours that I waste, the days that I waste, this many people are going to die. That many people are going to die. You know what I mean? And they're just sitting there looking at the lives and counting the lives because they're sick. You know, there's a sick group of people. And, you know, just like Tyree Nichols, right? Got beat up by the 5 Jake cops, and that Edomite cop, which I don't think they charged him. He just got fired or suspended or something. They don't really talk too much about him. Notice that. But it took 19 minutes for the paramedics to do anything, to give any aid to him, as he's clearly in distress. 19 minutes. Your job is to save lives, but 19 minutes allowed that man to die. You know, same thing with Trump. You know, so it's really like the Edomites play that game like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm lost. Hold on, which way do I go? Which way do I go? While brothers and sisters are dying, you know. Very disgusting, very disgusting to say the least. Okay, can you read that over again? The other people?
There's 2 Esdras chapter 6 and verse 56. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle,
Spit. Go ahead.
and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
Now, this is the word of God. Okay. That's what he said about Esau and other nations. You know, it's saying the other people, everybody that's other than us, everybody that's other than the 12 tribes of Israel, they are nothing. They're like spit, and they liken them to an abundance, comparing them to abundance of the the abundance of them to a drop. So them put together is like a drop in a vessel. Like you open up a water and a little bit falls on the ground. We got to read. Yeah, we'll read it again. It falls on the ground, right? You don't think about that. You know, oh my goodness, my day is ruined. Why? What happened? I had this bottle of water and I opened it and a drop fell out. They're like, so did you have the rest of the bottle of water? Yeah, but the drop fell out. Nobody cares about that drop. You don't even think about it 2 seconds after it happens. Same thing about God. He doesn't care about the other nations. We're the apple of his eye. We're the salt of the earth. All right. One thing about us is that we lost that knowledge. We lost that knowledge, and you know, we've gotten really beat down. You know what I mean? So when you read this to somebody, they're like, nah, not me. I just don't. That's you know, I'm not worthy. You know what I'm saying? But you're blessed and highly favored, right? Can you read that verse again and call it out?
Khan, there's the book of Second Esdras and the Apocrypha. Second Esdras, chapter 6 and verse 56. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
So they're nothing. So they're not prophets. They're not men of the Lord. They're not priests. You know what I mean? Obviously, if you're nothing, you can't be a priest of the Most High. You can't understand the scriptures. That's for us. That's for us. Okay. And you know, just count it all joy. You're on a winning team. You know, you're on a winning team. The things that you know, I said this during tabernacles, and a bright light just came up from the floor up into the sky, right? Said the things that we know, others are going to find out. So the stuff that we know now, others are going to find out later. They're going to want to know these things. Okay. And I think that makes sense to everybody out here, because people are going to want to live. You know, they want to see tomorrow, and they want to find out, how do I see tomorrow? How do I live? What do I do differently? You know, and the stuff that we know, found the law, statutes, commandments, that's how you live, right? When we get to Esau and other nations, oh man, they have a lot to pay for. So of course they got to go. And slavery's coming back. You know what I mean? Pertaining to Revelation 13:9. Isaiah 14:1-2. Slavery is actually coming back. So somebody's gonna have to build up the kingdom of heaven, right? If this place get destroyed by war and everything like that, this place is gonna have to get built up again. And it ain't gonna be by us. We built this place already. We built this a million times over. The White House, the Capitol, you name it. You know what I'm saying? All over the world too, not just in America, all over the world, we're working for free. And guess what? The kingdom of heaven, kick your feet up. All right, can you read the next verse?
Khan. What you want, verse 57?
Con.
Con. This verse, 2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 57. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us and to devour us.
So these heathens ruling over us. Do you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? It's like kind of like reverse psychology, but it's on a larger scale. You know what I'm saying? You get two children, right? You buy one a toy and they don't want the toy, but you want them to play with the toy. So what do? Hey, to the other child, here, you want to play with this toy? You start playing with it. The other child gets jealous, looking around like, hold up, that's my toy. I want to play with it now. You know what I mean? And they start fighting and all that stuff. But it was like the kingdom, you know what I'm saying? The power is given to, I mean, talk about base men. Like Esau's a base man, you know what I mean? He doesn't shower properly. I hardly ever see him wash his hands when he leaves out the bathroom. Taylor Swift, you know what I mean? Taylor Swift said was bragging that she doesn't wash her legs. That's weird. You know what I mean? Ashton Kutcher was talking about how they got bath day. You know what I mean? Like you have a special day out of the week where you actually take a shower. That is weird. You know what I'm saying? So this isn't nothing new. This is something that, you know, your father taught you this and your mother taught you that. It goes down to your bloodline and your family, and you're gonna teach it to your children. That's what they learn. Oh no, you don't wash up every day because it takes away from the natural oils of your skin or something like that. Like, no, you got to clean yourself. You got to not see the dirt in your hands before you wash your hands. You want to get ahead of that. But the Edomites are really base, you know what I'm saying? But the heathens are also very base men as well, you know. Moab, bat soup, man. Who sees a bat in a cave and say, you know what, I want to catch that and make some soup out of it? I don't see that happening. You know what I'm saying? I never looked at a bat and said that looks tasty, but there's Moab, you know what I'm saying? And the same thing with Ammon, with squid and all this weird stuff that they eat, dolphins and stuff. You know, they're also very base as well. And they come over here and they're very proud, boisterous, and you know, everybody's better than the so-called black man. And they make money off us, come to our neighborhoods, set up shop. God forbid you're a nickel short or a dime short, and you got to go back and get that nickel and dime, because they don't see you as even being human. You know what I mean? The humanity is gone when it comes to the so-called black man. So are we supposed to be the bigger men and love them? No. Our enemies that you know, we forgive 70 times 7 and everything like that. That's our own nation. These other nations were made to vex us, or made, you know what I mean? Like they're made to be extras in our movie. Like he said, Ezra said, the world was made for our sakes. You understand? So now we ain't gotta bow down to them or anything. Okay, it's not gonna happen. Okay, can you read the next verse?
Slakia. Yeah, this is verse 2nd Ezra chapter 6, verse 58. But we thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hands.
Give it into their hands. You know what I mean? We're the apple of the Most High's eye. You know what I mean? But we're giving it to their hands. Why? Because we sinned. We got to stop sinning. We got to find out what sin is first, and then not do it. Okay? So that's why we got to read the scriptures, find out what to do and what not to do. Okay? Go ahead, read 59.
Verse 59, if the world now be made for our sakes, why do we not possess an inheritance with the world? How long shall this endure?
That's what Ezra was talking about. You want the kingdom, you know what I mean? And that's why this time period that we're living in is so powerful, so beautiful. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you can go back in time to these scriptures and see what David was talking about, and see what Habakkuk was talking about, see what Ezra was talking about. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, how much longer? How much longer? You know, you go to the apostles asking, like, you know, in Acts, like, yo, when is the kingdom coming? When's the kingdom coming? This is thousands of years ago. And here we are, teetering on the brink of thermonuclear destruction, which is a major prophecy in this book. He says he's not going to destroy the world with water. He's going to burn it up, though. Your eyes going to consume away in your holes, your tongue going to consume away in your mouth. That sounds rough. That sounds painful. That's like Sandra O'Connor at the playground painful, you know? And Eve wrote that, by the way. You know what I mean? You see, Eve wrote the Terminators and she wrote the Matrix. And they interviewed her and she said, I think Terminator is like the first Matrix or something like that. Oh, man. Slocky, what'd she say? She said, Terminator is like the pre-Matrix. And like John O'Connor is like Neo, something to that effect. But it was Eve, by the way.
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she said Matrix comes last. The Terminator is first. It's showing the future with John Connor's when he gets older. So John Connor is a child at that time, about to be born, that symbolizes H.O.I. with Matthew chapter 2. And then he grows up and he gets older and you see all the technology around. That's the Matrix. So he's older and he's locked in the Matrix in the chamber. And he got to get out of the Matrix, and then he found out he's a Messiah at the end, which is basically Yahweh going back to Zion, and that's Neo. So yeah, the Terminator is first, and then the Matrix is last. But in the Terminator, it shows the judgment with that nuclear missile on Sarah Connor's in them. So Terminator is first, Matrix is last. It's basically two movies come together, and they split it. And like the brother said, Eve made that movie.
Con. Yeah, so so she might know a thing or two about a thing or two. And she got what's her face? Sandra O'Connor burning away, you know what I mean? Burning up to a crisp, you know, like chaff in the wind, right? Okay, and so the world was made for our sakes. We just got to know who we are, and be aware that these are very, very strange and unusual times. Like he says, when I have to cast a judgment, I'm gonna make it known. You know, you're gonna know that the Most High cast a judgment. Okay, and a lot of things that are happening is just so outlandish and over the top that obviously the Most High had his hand in this. You know what I'm saying? How many trains can crash in a week? Not even a week. I'm talking about days. It was like 2-3 days, and you probably thought it was the same train wreck. It was one in like South Carolina, one in of course, Ohio, Florida, all over the place. I can't even begin to, of course, Greece, but a lot of those other trains around us in America of these chemicals, these toxic chemicals are now in the ground, are now leaking in to the ground. It's like you can see America becoming a vast wasteland right in front of your face. Just like you can see Syria and Turkey becoming also a vast wasteland with no houses, no apartments, because we're all getting just shaken, you know, getting shook down into the ground. Raise it even to the foundation thereof. You know, so the Most High God is destroying this place, and The prophets will love this, seeing this time with their own eyes. The apostles and disciples will love to see this with their own eyes. And here we are experiencing it. You know what I'm saying? We're experiencing this at in real time. You know, you don't know day to day what's going to happen. Like what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know. It's destruction of Nicanor, right? It's the Sabbath. And we're living in 2020, so-called 2023, at the end of the world. A lot can happen, you know, so it's always fun to watch. Okay, let's get Sirach 17 and 17. So, you know, we're saying in Sirach 39, you know, be occupied in the prophecies thereof. You know, paying attention, meditating on these things. You know, looking at what the Most High is doing, you know, musing at the work of his hands. You know, planes falling out the sky. Unbelievable. All right, let's go to let's bring that out. Sirach 17 and 17.
There's the book of Sirach, and then in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapter 17, verse 17. For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people, but Israel is the Lord's portion.
That is racist. That is racist. Why would he say that? Why would he say Israel is the Lord's portion? What about everybody? What about him? What about her? Hey, man, it is what it is. And it's funny when you go out on the streets and you talk to people and you tell them, you read these scriptures, the first thing they say is, what about the white man? Why don't y'all bring up the East Indians or, you know, the Japanese? The Japanese, at least, you know, they'll wash their hands. What about the Japanese? You try to save them? You want to save Esau. So that is what you call deep psychological trauma. You understand? That psychological warfare that, you know, we've been dealing with since we came over here, right? You know, Willie Lynch letter and everything, that takes a toll, and it keeps on being reinforced through advertisement, TV, radio, commercials, now, you know, billboards, whatever. It's just reinforced the idea that, you know, they don't have to keep doing, they don't have to do the slavery thing all over again. All you have to do is do something crazy like that, right? And then you just kind of keep it going. You just keep it going little by little. You know, like I said, like a blockbuster movie, you gotta have something racist in there that reminds us of who we are and who they are. And that's it. That's all they need, you know? So they continue with their racist propaganda, but the Most High says Israel is the Lord's portion. So they're racist, you know, they're down with the spiritual demon Satan, right? But they don't have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to know that spiritual demon Satan also has a boss. And his boss is H.O.I. And if we are on the same page, not the same page, you know, I don't like to say that word, but we're in line, in tune with the Most High, then we're on a winning team. And, you know, they're obviously on the losing team. All right, so let's go to Romans 9, verse 1. Now, how do I know that they're on the losing team? It's written in the Bible. You understand? It's actually, this is like the biggest cheat sheet. You know what I mean? It's like taking a test and, you know, you got an open book test. Life is an open book test. You got the Bible. You can really look at what's going on TV, what's going on in the Bible, what's going on in the newspaper, what's going on in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And line it all up. It's a beautiful thing to watch. You know what I mean? So let's just keep in mind that soon we will not be here. Okay. Prophecies, was that John? Prophecies popping off like Akim, I will not be working here anymore. You know what I mean? So count it all joy that things are going in that direction. And what I would do would be to, Luke 18, ask the Most High to continue, keep going, keep doing this, keep, destroying this place, because this place gets destroyed and our kingdom comes. All right, with salvation. And it's on the earth. You ain't gotta wait to die. Esau's lie. Oh, as soon as you die, you go to heaven. So you work your butt off from sun up to sundown. And when you die, you get the chance to go to heaven. That is a lie. Okay. Heaven's going to be on earth. Pertaining to Matthew, the 6th chapter. All right. So let's bring that out. Romans 9, verse 1.
Don, this is the book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 1. I say the truth in Christ. I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost.
All right. Go ahead.
This verse 2. That I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart.
So, I mean, back then, 2,000 years ago, seeing some things, it could give you, like Paul was saying, brings you down, like just continued sorrow and heaviness, like you're depressed, bogged down, oppressed, being pushed down, you know what I mean? And one thing that America is good at is making people depressed. This is a very depressed, anxious, frustrated land. And they're not, obviously, the leaders are not doing a good job. If everybody's hocked up off of drugs, Prozacs, happy pills, the line of liquor stores a mile long, like people are drowning in their sorrows and stuff like that. That's a byproduct of a failed society. You know what I'm saying? Other places aren't like this in America. People, when you go to different places, you're going on vacation and get out of America for 5 seconds, and like you're still looking around, like, you know what I mean, nervous or just anxious for no reason. Nothing to be bothering you, but it's a byproduct of this wicked, disgusting society. You know what I'm saying? So, going out there and being able to take a deep breath, like, I said, Stella got her groove back. That was off. You know what I mean? But just getting out of the country to exhale. That's not Stella got groove back. Slack it. Waiting to exhale. We just, wow, feel so much better. It's going to be a point in time where that's going to be life, peace, the abundance of peace. Okay. It's on its way. Wait for it. Though it may tarry, it's not tarrying. It's surely coming. Okay. And we're in the time period where it's really not tarrying. This thing's moving really fast, rapid speed. Don't forget, we're really waiting for nuclear missiles. You know what I mean? Not waiting for people say, oh, World War III's coming. World War III been here. You know what I mean? There's plenty of troops over there in Ukraine that aren't Ukrainian. You know what I mean? Russia is using Iranian drones, and Iranian generals and their military people are teaching them how to use it over there in Russia. China said, oh, we're down with Russia. Whatever they need, we got them. They need us, we got them. So he's saying, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. When you're invading Ukraine, I'll, spin America talking about, oh, it's cool, this, that, and the third, and still send them weapons and all the other stuff, right? And America's like, don't do that, don't do that. But when Russia, or when Taiwan invades, when China invades Taiwan, Russia's going to be right there. You know what I'm saying? And providing assistance. There are police, North Korean police in Ukraine right now, keeping the peace. You know what I mean? So once you take over regions of a country, you got to be able, or regions anywhere, right? You got to be able to hold that down. You know what I mean? If you take over a city and you leave that city and the people just come back and take over the city again, you ain't really do nothing. So you need people to hold it down, to be like, to run things. Guess who's over there in Ukraine? In that area where Russia has annexed, for themselves, the Donetsk region and all that. It is North Korea. So are we waiting for World War III, or is it going on right now? We're waiting for nuclear weapons and a nuclear holocaust. World War III is happening as we speak. Let's move on. All right, let's go to, what was that? Can you read verse 3?
Come. There's the book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 3. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh.
According to the flesh, no spiritual Israel. All right. But yeah, Paul's seeing some things, and it's vexing him. Okay, go ahead.
John, this verse 4. Who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises.
There's no way Paul said that. That's what I have here too, but there's no way Paul said that, because Paul, he's like, he wouldn't say who Israelites are and that they got the adoption, glory, the covenants. You know what I mean? Why would he say that? What about Moab and the Chinese and the East Indians? What about all these other people? The white man? Does Paul not realize what he said? The giving of the law? You tell me the law was given to the Israelites and not all these other nations? That's why they eat bat soup? That's why they don't even take showers or clean themselves properly? That's why they eat dolphin and all types of abominable food that's not even food. Just, man, dolphins are like the smartest animals in the world. What you eating a dolphin for? You know what I mean? But they eat anything, man. They said as soon as COVID came out, right? They went into the wet market because they swear it came from the wet market. And who knew? I didn't know what a wet market was. They were eating live centipedes and no, buying them. Like, I'll take 4 centipedes. Them Jones is alive. They're like thousands of hands. You eat that? They got stuff like porcupines and just, oh my goodness.
Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I could have sworn I seen it on the stick. They had them centipedes on the stick, like a shish kebab. I yield.
It's disgusting, man. Yo, they eat it off the stick and be smiling while they do it. And then they'll film it and put it online. Like, look what I'm doing. You're disgusting. I mean, let's just be honest. Would you want to kiss somebody after they ate a centipede? Your wife just comes out of the kitchen eating a centipede, like, hey, babe, how you doing? Oh. Go brush your teeth or something for a week. There's no way, there's no way I'm kissing a centipede mouth or porcupine and all this other stuff. Oh my goodness. SMR, centipede. I can't do it, Captain. Don't have the power. Yeah, so that's why they do all that, because they don't got the law. They don't know, you know what I mean? And they're just living reckless. People be like, I don't need the Bible. I know my heart says this, my heart says that. If you ain't have the Bible, you be eating all types of dog, rat, cat. Anything America eats, you'll eat. Like they have swine. Like that's a big thing here in America. But what feels porcupine? You be eating porcupine, because that's what America says is good. But that's why you need the word of God, plus you know what to do. So that's why, who are Israelites? Not everybody. All right, let's go to Matthew 1 and 21. the giving of the law and the service of God. Do they serve the Most High? No, no. I seen a Catholic Korean church. I didn't go in, but it's not too far. Like a Catholic Korean church. What do you think it looks like in there? Do they have a Korean Jesus on the wall? I say Jesus because, you know, Christianity, you know, Yahushua. Do they have a Korean Yahushua on the wall? Or is it Esau? I want to find out. If anybody ever goes, huh?
You almost made me choke right there.
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna go in one day.
A Christian. Oh man, I can't right now, bro.
I'm asking for directions or something. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna. Anybody know how to get the my phone out, looking around? So I got to see that, man. You know, but they don't know. They don't read. They don't get it. They don't officially get it. I know I said earlier that they know who we are and everything like that, but they don't officially get it. They don't know how much trouble they're in. You know what I'm saying? If they knew how much trouble they're in, they'd just stop right now and just put their hands up. All right, you got it. We're surrounded, literally surrounded, right? Like it says in Hebrews 13:2, that, you don't even know who you're talking to. You know, it's angels unawares. And it's not just one. You know what I'm saying? Not like two. You know, you're literally surrounded. America's surrounded. The programs that 𝐤𝐄𝐅𝐿 has implemented into this changing of the guard have been going on for years. None of this is new. You know, some intelligence agencies, obviously, they know, but the majority of Americans, they have no idea what's going on. So it's the intelligence agencies that are not giving out the information to the people. The people are doubling down on their cruelty and their rage, their hate against so-called Black man, Hispanic man, and, you know, Native American man, woman, and child. That's just making life a lot more difficult for them. And it's going to continue to get worse as time goes on. Okay. All right, let's go to, Matthew 1:21, Bubba Shaw.
Done. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 1 and verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Yahushua, for he shall save his people from their sins.
That's very possessive. His people. Who's his people? Anybody that says that Jesus came. No, it's not true. His people is very possessive. You understand? His people are Israelites. Okay, just like Paul was saying, it pertaining to the adoption and the promises, you know, giving of the law. Those are Israelites. So his people isn't everybody. You know, and in reality, when you look at it objectively, right? Look at the bigger picture. Because every now and then we'll get somebody that comes up during the camp, like, you guys are racist, and God loves everybody, and yeah, you telling me this white man right here can't be saved? They try to give Esau a hug. Esau be like, don't touch me. It happens so many times, it's hilarious. Like, you thought you had a friend, but you telling me he can't be saved? You know, and and the reality is, no, he can't be saved. You know, how many want to be saved? Not because you're about to die, but how many people want to do what the Most High God requires them to do? I'm talking about heathens. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know Jake 2/3 already. You know what I mean? But just say objectively, looking through the bigger picture. How many heathens? Yeah, I know GOCC has they'll let a heathen in a heartbeat, but I don't see too many heathens that are actually trying to follow the law, statutes, commandments. They're actually trying to be better. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, our ancestors really messed up, but I'm going to try to do better. Like we were watching earlier with Democracy Now! They have it's like a liberal news station, right? So, you know, they'll say a lot of stories. I watch it because they say a lot of stories that other stations don't talk about. But one thing they're into is trans everything. Like, yo, we need to help these trans kids out, and they need life-saving, gender-affirming care. And all it's like, life-saving? What? Like, that doesn't make any sense. What is life-saving about that? Taking testosterone pills so you look more like a man, or taking estrogen pills so you look more like a woman, and you're like 5, you're like 6. You know, they're all like, those liberals, they're all about, I had a baby. They're like, oh, it was a boy or a girl. We're going to wait till he gets older and decide who he is. What type of garbage is that, man? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, apparently so. I don't know them, but I seen pictures where they're like, GOCC's like, hey, we're going to the feast day. And it's like 2 Edomites. Like, they're not from the tribe of Gad, they're Esau. You know. But so whether the liberal, conservative, or not in the category at all, I don't see them even trying to get close to the Most High. The only time they want to get close to the Most High, who tell them they're condemned, or, you know, they're going into slavery. Oh, I love God and I do this and the third. I don't think so. I don't think you do all that. You know what I mean? I don't think you are on, you know, as on point as you say you are. Khan, excellent precept. 2 Ezra 3:36. But thou shalt find that Israel by name have kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. That's 2 Ezra 3:36. Yeah, they don't care about this. Huh? It was on the chat. Shai brought it out.
Salakia, yeah. I just want to add, that's a beautiful precept, brother Yeshaya. Shalom, King. Are you?
Khan. Shai be bringing it out. All praises. Got a precept champion in Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, Shai, what's that precept?
Come.
He give me like 5, 6 of them. Like, I gotta pick one.
My eye, all praise to the Most High. My eye.
God. He's humble too. Humble. All right. Let's go to Amos 3:1. You know what I'm saying? Very humble. Yeah, I'm a humble young man. Hardworking young man. Very humble. Going to be destroying a lot of heathens in the kingdom. Also, willing, be there with bells on, whatever that means. Stop saying those random phrases and stuff like that. I don't know where they came from. Some Esau probably made up. All right, let's go to Amos 3:1, Baba Kashar. Oh, with bells on? You know what? Before you read that, it's probably something to do with slavery. Like, we had to wear bells, like jingle bells. So if we try to run away, they could hear us. So, all right. Never know where your information or your one-liners come from. So research is a good thing. Slack it, no following. Let's go to Amos 3:1, Baba Kashar.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 3 and verse 1. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying.
So he's talking to the children of Israel. Go ahead.
Saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
So the word of God, right, coming through Amos says, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. So he only knows you, Israelites, you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Don't know everybody else. Who's this dude? You know him? You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much what the Most High is saying. Like, this is your man's right here? Like, nah, I don't know him. You know? So the stuff that we go through, like, how come they get to eat bad soup and I don't? Because I told you not to eat bad soup. I don't care what they do. You know what I mean? They're not important. It's 1.4 billion that are going to, you know, a lot of them are going to get destroyed and put into captivity. You understand? So they're living out their salvation now. They're having fun now. You know, the Edomites, they're having fun now. They're good now. This is their kingdom now. You understand? Ours is to come. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Jacob was on Esau's heels. He came out grabbing on Esau's heel, taking it to Genesis, the 25th chapter. First shall be last, and the last shall be first. We are last in every category: finances, employment, education, housing, medically, everything that has a list, we're last in. We're going to be first. Okay? So the stuff that we are dealing with, we're going through it because we say, therefore, I will punish you for your iniquities. For your sin, the stuff that you go off in, you're going to get punished. You understand? You ever been in a crowd of people and everybody did something wrong, but then the cops come and grab you? Or it doesn't have to be the cops, but, you know, parents or whatever. Well, what about such and such? Nobody worried about such and such. Worried about you. All right? So you have to seek out your own salvation with fear and trembling. You know what I mean? Search it out. And and walk with eggshells. You know what I'm saying? Be aware that, you know, you don't want to get punished, right? But you want that salvation. So figure out what to do and what not to do. Okay? Slack here. All right, let's go to Genesis 28, verse 13. So I read that scripture a lot, Amos 3, 1 and 2, because it makes sense. Because you tell somebody that God shows the people, and they look around their living conditions and the way their life is, and the violence that they're surrounded in, and the turmoil and the heartbreak and oppression, they're like, yeah, if this is God's chosen people, I don't know if I want it. You know what I'm saying? They don't get what happened to get to where we're at now. You know what I'm saying? So the reason why we're going through the stuff we're going through is the stuff that we did, our ancestors did. And of course, we are our ancestors. The apple doesn't fall too far away from the tree. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? We just got to deal with this for now. And eventually things will get much, much better. And the shoe's going to be on the other foot. So now's the time to be taking names and, you know, because you can't put your hands on nobody really like that, you know, as far as like somebody gets you mad and you just put your hands on them. Can't do that. You know, you go to jail. But in the kingdom of heaven, what does it say? Cursed be man that holds back his sword from blood. I don't know how these 1,000 years up and Esau is going to be eradicated off the face of the earth. You know, you got to put in some work. All right, let's go to Genesis 28, verse 13.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 28 and verse 13. And it reads, and behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, thy father, and the God of Isaac, the land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed.
All right. So we got promises coming by God. You know what I'm saying? We got God promises some things. So, you know, if man promises you, you be like, all right, I might get this, I might get that. God don't lie. All right. But go ahead. Verse 14.
Con is verse 14. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed.
You know what I mean? we have land. You know what I'm saying? You might be renting now, you know. You might be dealing with problems with your landlord. You have land, you have access to land, you know what I'm saying? And the best land, like the land flowing with milk and honey. It's in a great location, you know what I'm saying? And they need all the families of the earth to be blessed, you know? Very important people we are, okay? So it's important to be humble, right? But you got to know who you are. You can't forget who you are. You can't revert back to being be a humble Israelite that knows exactly who he is, rather than a humble fill in the blank that has no idea what's going on. You know what I mean? You don't want to go back to that. You know, be proud of who you are. Be proud that you have a nationality that people can't even buy. They can't even buy their way to where you're at right now. Doesn't matter how low you are either. You know what I'm saying? You be in the watching this joint, like I said, in prison, in a homeless shelter, on the streets, whatever. But you have a heritage that is beyond this realm of comprehension. You know, what is the kingdom of heaven going to be like? We got a whole book about from Genesis to Revelation, and there's scripture saying you don't even know what the kingdom of heaven is going to look like. All right. And it's just us. Okay, let's go to 1 Chronicles 17, verse 21. There's no just us, it's just us. All right. And you know, salvation is on the horizon. Salvation is very, very close. Very, very close. I'd recommend everybody get their house in order. You know what I'm saying? Because what they say is a spy. Who knows where that Russian ship is? There's a Russian spy ship that's like in the Atlantic that has hypersonic missiles. 3 NATO ships entered into the Mediterranean to show a sign of force, a show of force to Russia. America, Poland, and some other country, I think Germany, are all getting together for a what's it called? War games. Okay, and we all know war games. It's a reason why they have war games, right? If I can get my gun close to my enemy's house and leave it there for the time, because we know we're going to war, and leave it there, like, oh, you know, I'm just having games, you know, just practicing, you know what I mean, shooting at, you know, shooting at targets and stuff like that. My overall plan is when it pops off, my gun's right there and I can shoot this person. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the war games. It's getting all your equipment, you know, got tanks and missile systems and all this other stuff, and they put it somewhere and they have their little war game pretending like, you know, this is what we're gonna do in case we're at war. But when it's over, where's all that stuff go? You know, pack it up and bring it back home. That stays over there. So this is strategy. You know what I mean? All strategy. Okay, so go ahead.
It kind of reminds me of the 9/11. They used that as an excuse to go to Pakistan, and like you said, they packed all their stuff up and they never returned back, and they still troops out there. I'm talking about decades after that thing done happened.
Con. Yeah, very you know, like it's like it. Yeah, Esau is very strategic, you know, he's military minded, but at the same time, the Most High is a man of war. So while he's gearing up, and Purim's coming up too, you know what I mean? when he's gearing up for his gallows to hang somebody, he gets hung on them gallows. So he's getting ready to go to war and shoot down and kill all these people. He's the only one to get shot down and killed. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Most High got tricks. And yeah, they are definitely still in the Middle East. And that's their move, you know. They're getting all the oil, they're siphoning off oil from Syria. They stole the heroin from Afghanistan, right? The poppy seeds. And then as soon as they left out of Afghanistan, the heroin dried up. Did anybody notice that? I see, I'm in Philly because we got a bad heroin problem out here. I don't know if you ever seen the video of K&A. This is Kensington and Allegheny. You know, Yeshai could tell you about that. You know what I mean? He sees, everybody in Philly could tell you about that. You know what I mean? It's bad. Like, and it's a lot of Edomites out there. So, you know, we're not shedding no tears out there. You know what I mean? But it's bad. Salaki, say that again?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I saw this one video. I couldn't believe my eyes. It looked like a zombie land out there.
Yo,
and somebody said it was in Philly. I never been out there, but most High will. One day I get to see how it is out there. I yield.
Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, Zebulon. Remember that we were just talking earlier, man. I'm gonna take you on a personal trip down K&A.
Khan, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Oh, you for real? I was joking. I'll take you down there for real though, if you really want to see it. Yeah,
Khan, I want to check it out. But I saw a little clip, a little video. Somebody had put it on a like a reel or something like that on Facebook.
Yeah, man, like that. Like the elder saying, yeah, it's another world down there, man. It's like, you know, nobody does anything about it. The cops don't do anything about it. You know, they just sit there and allow people to kill themselves, man. It's sad. It's real sad, man. It's a sad place to be in this city, bro.
It's just one part of the Bronx, right? Where I could go and I would go to like 3rd Avenue and you will find people leaning and all type of stuff out there. But it's not on such a high level the way I've seen on that block over there up in out there in Philly. Like it's really like heavily populated with that thing going on. Like, you know, there's some bad blocks in the Bronx, but not like that. That joint is like on 1,000 over there, King.
Yeah, it's literally like a party, man. Like the wintertime, even in the winter, like now it's cold. And, you know, it's maybe at least 100 people just in that intersection. You know, just taking drugs, homeless, sleeping, you know what I'm saying, all on the sidewalk. But when the summertime hits, bro, it's like a concert out there of druggies. And I'm not over exaggerating, man. Wow. I used to work the bus overnight that drove through there. And you know, it's hell, bro. It's really hell, man.
Yeah, say Shai knows. He sees what's going on. You tell me something that happened that before it hit the news, you know, because then they end up fighting, stabbing each other, whatever. And they allow it to happen. You know what I'm saying? The cops are sitting there like just making sure they don't kill each other, I guess, or whatever. But, you know, think about it. When we were in Afghanistan, that heroin was coming up, black tar heroin. People come from all over to K&A and up there in that area to cop drugs, right? To cop heroin. And we left out of Afghanistan, and what's it now? Fentanyl. You hardly find anybody talking about no heroin no more. You're talking about fentanyl overdose, fentanyl, because there's no more heroin because America left out of Afghanistan. You know, and now they got this thing called trank, or they said it's. I think it has something to do with the alligator, like gator. It's supposed to be it's rotten inside. Go ahead.
Salaki, my bad. It's elephant tranquilizer. It's elephant tranquilizer. So whatever they use to tranquilize elephants, that's why they call it trank. It's literally tranquilizer, you know, that they use it to tranquilize elephants, man. That's how powerful it is. And it's to think how much, you know, however, what's the measurement of liquid, I don't know, in the medical field, that you had to put, into these vials to take down an elephant. That's a damn near 40-ton animal. It's going to take a lot to take that animal down and get it woozy and pump through his bloodstream, in less than 2 minutes. And then somebody that weighs, weighs maybe 200 pounds or 180 now, when taking the drug for 2 months, now they weigh about 90 pounds and they still taking that drink. They gonna die.
That's pretty crazy though. Elephant tranquilizer. I mean, damn, like a bear or I don't know, a mountain lion tranquilizer. Elephant is huge. So, any tranquilizer, not good, but that going to elephant tranquilizer, and he's saying it starts to rot out their skin. Like they're like I'm getting bruises that I've never seen before because, well, you're not supposed to actually take elephant tranquilizer every day. You know what I'm saying? And you look at it, that might be a way. Esau, who thinks about that elephant tranquilizer? You know what I mean? Not saying there's not no evil Jake chemists out there, but we go back in time. We looked at with crack cocaine came out, and all of a sudden went from cocaine to crack. Like, hold up, who came up with the recipe? Come to find out, it's the daggone government. So, elephant tranquilizer, fentanyl, like you said, it's eventually going to kill the people. So they're probably like, all right, it's going to take care of itself. Make some money off them with these drugs, and they'll end up killing themselves.
So, like, if I may, one more thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they, seeing it all day, every day, it's like these people that get on, this transportation that is taking this train, their skin is literally peeling off their body. They have open wounds, and wounds do not heal. Right? These wounds that they have on their fingers and their arms, it get pussy, right? Their hands get swollen, and their wounds don't heal. So they're always picking. And whatever it is, the trank, it irritates your body to the point where it creates these wounds and it eats away at your skin and it itches. So you're always picking these wounds that's just never going to heal. And on top of that, your hands and your blood is inflamed. They got swollen ankles, they look like diabetics, man. Yeah. They look like they got a diabetic leg, but they in their late 20s. And really, like the Ox said, in the chat, it's killing our people. Sons, I could say honestly, it's some of our people. It's not all of our people. Some of our people down there are being, swallowed up into that because, again, they homeless out there. They got nothing else to do. And when you around the devil, you get the influence of the devil. But the majority now is tearing Esau up, man. There's a majority Esau out there in KNA. I can give you that testimony. I'll tell you that. It's very rarely I see Jake out here with his hands peeling and, taking his trank. But it's majority Esau that's going ham out there, taking these drugs.
Hey, and all praise to the Most High. You know what I mean? Ain't gonna lose no sleep for that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be all right. You said Salakia?
Yeah, Salakia. I just want to add real quick. Yeah, those heavy the withdrawals, that joint be making them itch too. Like when a lot of them be broke, they be struggling, trying to find a little money to scrape up, and they can't get they fix. They start, they start scratching on themselves. Another thing too, I've seen in the social media floating around in the Facebook, I believe it was. Do you know what it would do to your skin if you go a very long time without taking a bath? It's like your skin starts to dry up. Like that's another reason why you need to take a bath to get all that dead skin off of you. Like constantly, it's like we don't realize we shed our skin on the daily, even while we sleep. But when you go so long without taking a bath, something starts to happen to your skin. It becomes like that snake, like it starts to shed, like it hardens up. That comes from the all all that accumulation of bacteria, you have to take a bath constantly every day. But I just wanted to add those two things. I yield.
Yeah, Esau. So that's Esau double whammy because he scratching because of the drugs, scratching because he didn't take a bath even before he was an addict. Bad John. It's bad John. Like Shai said, yeah, that's a lot of them. You know what I mean? So it was all praise to the Most High. You look at it like the things that he's doing that, you know, only God can do. You know what I mean? Only God can take away your birth rate. You know what I'm saying? Like your infant mortality is or birth to death mentality, or not mentality, ratio is all out of whack. So there's more dying than having children, and they're not having enough children to replenish, you know, to really keep them going. Who can do that? We don't have the power to do stuff like that. That's God, you know. And the ones that are, you know, that did make it out and they're walking the streets or whatever, that are alive, are getting addicted to some heavy duty drugs. So that's another thing that Esau really don't want to talk about too much, but we'll highlight it here. Okay. Let's go to Slakia. We have First Chronicles 17 and 21 again.
Khan. There's the book of First Chronicles, chapter 17 and verse 21. And what one nation in the earth is like thy people Israel, whom God went to redeem to be his own people, to make thee a name of greatness and terribleness, by driving out nations from before thy people, whom thou hast redeemed out of Egypt.
Sure. He's driving out nations as we speak, you know. So Most High don't change. He's still working for us. You know what I mean? All praise the Most High. He's when I say working for us, we obviously work for him. We're his servant. You know what I mean? But you know, on a higher level, you know, he's hearing our prayers, hearing our cries, like he did our ancestors in ancient Egypt. Go ahead, read verse 22.
Khan. This verse 22. For thy people Israel didst thou make thine own people forever, and thou, Lord, becamest their God.
No. I must say that Israel thou makes us their own people for a little bit.
Thou, for thy people Israel, didst thou make thine own people forever.
Forever. That's a long time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what they talking about. We ain't spiritual Israel and God cast away his people. God forbid. You kidding me? Nah, man, it's forever. All right. And can you read the rest of that again?
Khan, you said read the next verse?
No. Just the last and thou.
Yeah. Didst thou make thine own people forever, and thou, Lord, becamest their God.
That's our God. Okay. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, let's go to Romans 9 and 13. So that sounds kind of racist. If you ever read that, you know what I mean? Fairly racist. Okay. But you know, let's you know, he loves some people and he hates some people. Let's find out who he hates. Let's go to Romans 9 and 13.
Khan. This is the book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 13. And it reads, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
It's like it. Yeah, so God loves Jacob and hates Esau, right? Jacob being the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, and Esau being a so-called white man. He loves Jacob and hates Esau. That's not right, right? Can you read the next verse?
Come. This verse 14. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid.
God forbid. It's not unrighteousness with God. And he had to put that right at the, right after that. Because he knew people like, we mean he hates Esau. Why would he hate Esau? So unrighteousness with God? God forbid. Okay, go ahead, read next verse. Verse 15.
Come. This verse 15. For he said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion.
So God does what he wants. You want to have mercy on somebody, have mercy on him. Have compassion on him, have compassion on him. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Who's going to stop him? It's God. All right, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 9. For anybody that questions it, is God, is God unrighteous? Does that make sense? Of course not. All right, but now this makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Jeremiah 51 verse 9.
There's Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 9. We will have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go every one into his own country, for her judgment reacheth unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies.
So, let's think about this, right? Okay. Now, Babylon would have been healed, but she's not healed because Babylon doesn't care. Babylon doesn't even think to repent. Babylon doesn't even think that there is a God, let alone that he's going to cast judgment on this earth. You understand? So Babylon could have been healed. Babylon ain't healed. So that's righteousness with God. And he said, I could help you, but you ain't going to get no help, because you don't want no help. You understand? He said, we would have healed Babylon, but she's not healed. Forsake her, throw her away. It's trash. You understand? Her judgment reaches unto heaven. Reaches up to heaven and lifted up even to the skies. So when they say we're having a drag show, I guess that's what it's called, drag show, right? And they invite children there. There's children there putting dollars in the G-strings of adults. Do you know what I'm saying? It's things like that guys like, all right, I'm gonna have to kill these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I said be fruitful and multiply. You're gonna say I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. So it was a drag performer in Philadelphia, in this neighborhood. It's called the Neighborhood. Anybody who's not familiar with it? So it's a place where just
What?
Yeah, I know. Set up shops in Philly, downtown Philly. You'd be hard pressed if you ain't from here. You'd be walking around there. You'd be like, what the heck is going on? Where, my bizarro world, I would recommend never talking to any female anywhere around there because probably a guy. You know what I mean? So it's like Sodom and Gomorrah. It's a small piece of Sodom and Gomorrah in Philadelphia. Ironically, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, a piece of a building just happened to fall off of that, like right in the same, that area I'm talking about, fall off and hit some woman in the head. So that's just a little prequel of what's going to happen to that place. You know what I'm saying?
More praises.
They living in sin. God. So it was a drag performer that was performing, and just dropped dead in middle of performance. You know what I'm saying? So the Most High has a plan for people that don't want to listen, that don't want to adhere to his law, statutes, commandments. And like her judgment is reached unto heaven. It's not like the Most High can't see what's going on here. That the police just beating down a brother. He wasn't even, Tyree Nichols, he wasn't even driving reckless. He wasn't doing nothing wrong. So we decided to leave. He's like, all right, if I'm not doing nothing wrong and they start chasing me, I'm just running for my life at this point. So he was running for his life and they end up killing him. The EMTs show up and they don't give no type of assistance. Do you know what I'm saying? So God sees these things and you can see the result. The stuff that's happening now is the result of the sin and the iniquity and the terribleness and the wickedness of Babylon, which we, for the most part, everybody's on here lives in. Let's go to Malachi 1 and verse 2. All right. So, we just gotta be aware that the angels are getting these messages that we're sending out. So we just gotta continue to send them. Continue to stay girded up. Passover is coming. Is a time of death. Passover is a time of death, man. People die during Passover. So it's a good, if you're looking for a sign to get your act together and not sin anymore, this will be it. This will definitely be it. Passover during one of the most craziest up and down years you can imagine. It was March now, but there were so-called UFOs in the sky. And the government came out and said they shot them down. Do you know what I'm saying? What? Never happened before. They don't even admit that they exist. So we're living in the time period of, they didn't even want to say that, but Most High made them say it. And now we know, okay? We know where everybody's at. Let's go to Malachi 1 and 2, Bubba Kashaw.
The book of Malachi, chapter 1 and verse 2. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Saith the Lord. Yet I love Jacob.
Go ahead.
Verse 3. And I hated Esau and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
So God loves Jacob and hates Esau and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Go ahead.
This verse 4. Whereas Edom said, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord had indignation forever.
Indignation for a couple years.
Indignation forever.
Indignation until H.O.I comes back.
Indignation forever.
That's a long time, man. So he said he's our God forever, and he has indignation with the Edomites forever. We are not the same. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's his name? Martin Luther King talking about hand in hand, we need equality. I don't want to be equal with somebody that God hates forever. God has indignation forever. Why would I want to be equal to somebody like that? I don't know. I'm gonna stay separate and holy and set apart. I don't want to be like them. I enjoy washing my hands because I think, gets the germs off. I don't want to walk around like a dirt ball. You know what I'm saying? And I know I use that a lot because that's mind blowing to me. Like we be in a restaurant, you go in a restaurant. I'd go in a restaurant just to wash my hands before I eat, and you see Esau come right out that stall and walk out. You're looking like,
Khan, I can vouch for that.
you know what I'm saying? And then you see a sign that says employees must wash hands. That's obviously just for Esau. We don't got no problem washing our hands. You know what I'm saying? You got to actually tell them like, oh yeah, wash your hands. Like, man, that's sad. But yeah, so they're the border of wickedness. You're not getting past the border. If you want to find out what wicked is, you got to look at Esau. What is Esau doing? Whatever that is, that's the border wickedness. Ain't nobody getting past that. You know what I mean? That's not to say that there's not wicked Ishmaelites, Moabites, Ammonites, wicked Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And there's wickedness in pretty much every category of people, 18 different nations on this planet. But the top wicked nation on the planet is the Edomites. To the point where the Most High said, I got to destroy y'all after 1,000 years. What would that feel like? Before we go any further, matter of fact, let's go to Micah 2:1. So why you get Micah 2:1? Think about this. Walk with me real quick, right? Check me out. Say you walk by the Israelites. Could have been yesterday. Yeah, they smell like a dog, so right. So say you walk by the Israelites 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago, right? And they say, we'll just go with Esau, right? You're an Edomite and you're going to get put to death. And the chariots of the Most High, the so-called UFOs, you know what I mean, are going to destroy y'all and enslave y'all and all this other stuff. So you don't believe anything that they're saying, right? You're like, what? UFOs? There's no such thing as UFOs and this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward a couple years, 2017, come out New York Times. Yeah, they're actually real. And they have pictures of them. This is from a fighter jet. Ironically, the one that had the fighter jet, I don't know if you remember, it's rotating like that. It has slave written on the side of it. Now, I'm sure that's an acronym for something, the sophisticated longitude aerial, blah, blah, blah. But it says slave on the side of it. I don't know if anybody ever noticed that, but check that out. I thought that was funny because what y'all did to us, we're going to do to y'all, and you have no idea. Okay. But back to the story. So say you heard that, you're like, that's no true. It's not true. 2017 New York Times article. So it is true. Fast forward 2023, America's trying to shoot them down, said they shoot them down, couldn't find a ounce of debris. So obviously you shot. They just probably dipped off like, nope. You know what I mean? And they said one chariot knocked out somebody's mechanical problems. You know what I mean? They shot a missile at it, and the other one, they shot a missile at it and missed. Yeah, those missiles are like heat-seeking missiles. You're not supposed to just miss. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to hit their target once it's locked on, but you're not hitting no chariot, right? So now you realize that what those gentlemen on the street corner were saying is true. How easy is it to sleep now? Let's move on. Micah 2:1, Baba Kashar.
It's the book of Micah, chapter 2 and verse 1. Woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they practice it, because it is in the power of their hand.
So they they're quick to do evil. They go to think tanks. How can we oppress these people more? They're starting to get up out of the ghettos. Let's bring them back in. Let's gentrify their neighborhoods. Let's do a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they think about. That's what they get together and that's what they talk about. And now you can see the changing of the guard. You know what I'm saying? It's a change. It's a mental change. You know what I'm saying? They're like, so maybe I'm not the top of the food chain. Maybe I'm not the most important person in the world. Maybe those niggas on the corner were right. And that's when panic sets in. What do I do now? Where do I go? What do I happen? They miss work. They're hanging out K&A, shooting up. It's terrible. Well, it's what you get. Let's go to Obadiah, verse 10. You know, so woe means destruction, by the way. It says woe to them, destruction. So the Edomites that, you know, have been vexing us since forever and telling us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and where's your God now? Like Nicanor was talking greasy about the Most High. It ended up being bad for him. So he was just a microcosm of the rest of them. Okay. Let's go to Obadiah 1 and 10, Baba Kashaw.
Khan. There's Obadiah in verse 10. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever.
Forever. There goes that forever again. And forever means forever. It's the word of God. You know what I'm saying? It's in the Bible. So he's saying for the violence, you know, destroying us, lynching us, Jim Crow. They're talking about bringing Jim Crow back in Mississippi. Man, I mean, what you see me, the Edomite from Mississippi, man, you just know that it ain't no good, man. You know what I'm saying? Not saying anyone from Mississippi will be better than Pennsylvania or Ohio or whatever like that, but Mississippi just has such a track record, you know, and now that they're actually talking about having like a Jim Crow type of environment down there, which they already do. I don't see, you know, it's a big difference between then and now anyway, as far as oppression goes, you know what I'm saying? Maybe less lynchings, but now the cops will throw you in jail or shoot you down. And I think in Mississippi, somebody got beheaded and they put the guy's head on the porch. Never found out about it, whether it was, you know, who did it, who done it, and people were getting lynched down there, and they say it's a suicide. So it's pretty bad down there anyway. But yeah. And they don't stop. Still waiting for Esau to stop. Be waiting a long time, man. All right, we're centuries in on this. If you're still waiting for him to repent and come back and be a decent human being, you'll be waiting a long time. All right, so let's go to verse 11, Bubba Shaw.
Khan. And this verse Obadiah, verse 11, in the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them.
So they always cheering on somebody. Do you know what I'm saying? We got a problem with, say, we going to war with the Moabites here in America. You know, say we're going to war with the Moabites, and it was the so-called blacks versus so-called Chinese. You know, they tried to pin that on us, talking about we're, you know, Asian hate and all this other stuff. But you know, Esau's the one like, go ahead, get him, hit him over here, world star. He taking out his phone and recording it, and then he's throwing some punches too. He ain't just recording it; he's throwing some kicks. So that's you know, on a microcosm, on the grander scale, you know, during our captivities, you know, Esau's right there saying, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. You know, it means destroy it. And it was right there with him, you know. So I mean, you got a lot to pay for, you know. So a part of this, you know, talking about the racism that Yahweh Shai has towards us, that he loves us, but he don't like them. No, he don't like them at all. Okay, so let's go to Ezekiel 36 and 7. Yeah, God don't like Edomites, you know. And you got to think about it. It's God. He can do whatever he wants, you know what I'm saying? And if he doesn't want to give you any pigmentation to stop those UV rays from giving you all types of cancer, then he doesn't have to. You know what I'm saying? He could just leave your skin transparent and you get, you know, little spots, melanoma and all this other stuff and skin cancer. he's. I would go on a limb and say he don't like you too much. Esau, I know there's albino Jakes and everything, but shoot, at least you're Jake. You have a chance of salvation. All right, let's bring that out. Ezekiel 36, verse 7.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 36 and verse 7. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I have lifted up mine hand. Surely the heathen that are about you, they shall bear their shame.
So he lifted up his hand. He's gonna let us know. That's a pretty much a decree. You know what I'm saying? He's saying that this is what's going to happen. Okay. And the heathen that are about you, they shall bear their shame because they're heathens. They should be ashamed. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not a name you want to be called. Like, what's her name? Aunt Esther, she old bug-eyed heathen. You know what I mean? She's always called Fred a heathen. That's bidden. You making fun of somebody calling him a heathen. That's a shameful thing. So they got to bear their shame. Let it be known that you're a heathen and you got to stay in the heathen's place. The problem is these heathens think that they up with us. They find out the hard way that they're not, but at the same time, they all didn't get the message yet. So, put it like this. The Most High, if he wants to give them the message all at one time, he'll do it. But if he wants to drag it out, that's torturous. So it's all in the will of the Most High. All right, let's go to Numbers 23, verse 19. So when you say he lifted up the hand, he's taking an oath. He's saying, look, I got you. This is what I'm going to do. You don't worry. You know what I'm saying? What are you guys worrying about? How do you worry when you got the maker of heaven and earth on your side? Exactly. Okay, let's Numbers 23, verse 19, Baruch.
Slakia. Are you talking about the fourth book in the Bible?
We say?
Remember that?
What's that?
When that Edomite told you, yeah, the book of Numbers is the fourth book in the Bible.
No.
No folly.
Hold on, no folly. But for context sake, right? So everybody that know what we're talking about. We was at the 9/11 pull up, and there's a sea of numerologists came by. I've never seen that like that before. They're all numerologists, though. Like I'm saying, you couldn't have a conversation. I was talking to somebody. It's like, yeah. So, what's your name? I'm like, yeah, Chaasadyah. Chaasadyah. That's C. That's 3, 4, 5, 7. So you're a 9. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, see, the person didn't say this, but they were just adding up everything and, trying to make sense of it and trying to minimize the Bible. You know what I mean? Now we know in the scriptures there's numbers that mean stuff, you know what I mean? But it has nothing to do with numerology. Like numerology is a whole nother category of what are you talking about? And if you would listen to them, if anybody on this call will listen to them for 5 minutes, you'd be like, I can't rock out with this. You know what I mean? But yeah, Numbers, the book of Numbers. That was hilarious. No folly. Cons, can you bring that up? 23:19.
The book of Numbers, chapter 23 and verse 19. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. He has said, and he shall not do it? Or had he spoken, and he shall not make it good?
Yeah, so he's letting you know, look, lift up my hand. Listen, I'm going to take these people out. Surely the heathen that are round about you, they shall bear their shame. Surely. Okay? Ezekiel 36 is a good chapter. Ezekiel 35 is a good chapter as well. You know what I mean? It talks about the judgments and such. Like 𝐤𝐄𝐅 and the heathen. Okay? Speaking of the numbers and the numerology, Yeshaya was holding it down. Yeshaya, HOI, everywhere Yeshaya. You know what I mean? He held that joint down with the C of numerologists. It's a good video. You guys check it out. All right, let's go to Zechariah 1:15.
Come.
So there's love for your people, and the other people who's like spittle, most ain't got no love for them. Okay. And you can't, I would definitely not try to, outdo the Most High God and like more than he does. You know what I'm saying? You start getting to that Peter spirit where it's like, no, I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you, H.O.I. It's like, get behind me, Satan. This is all prophecy. This is prophesied to happen since the beginning of time, pretty much, right? He said before you read Romans 9th chapter, right? Talks about before they even did anything, before Esau and Jacob ever did anything, it was already understood. You know what I mean? So you're not stopping the program. It's either you try to swim against the current, you're just gonna get tired and it's gonna wash you out anyway. You know what I'm saying? So know your role. All right. Zechariah 1:15, Bubba Shaw.
There's the book of Zechariah, chapter 1 and verse 15. And I am very sore displeased with the heathen that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, and they helped forward the affliction.
Yeah, so these heathens, they don't stop. They go above and beyond their call of duty. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be used for a certain time period where we fell off from the Most High God, and it's time to fall on and to change our wicked ways and be better people. And we're in the process of doing that, waking up, and then what? We're on FBI watch list, really? So right now we just spent 4 hours out of our, just reading scriptures and going over scriptures. We ain't talk about hurting nobody. We ain't talk about doing nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? Getting our revenge and stuff like that. We didn't bring them none of that. We said, thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Holy Bible. The Most High God's going to revenge. So for people that are nonviolent, right? Well, when I say nonviolent, meaning we don't just go out and commit violent acts, but we will get busy, right? We will defend ourselves. But for people that do that, they get put on FBI watch list. It's almost like the FBI is watching because they know something. I wonder if they know anything about the chariots and how to contact the occupants of them. I don't know. Maybe the FBI understands some things, but while they watch us, the whole country's collapsing. So you have to watch the whoever is going around shooting or blowing up transformers and stuff like that. You got people and these train derailments. It was one by, I believe, Frankfurt up here in Philly, right? It wasn't a train derailment, but it was a pipe bomb found close by a train or railway. They ain't talk about it. They talk about, I seen it once, didn't see it on the news, didn't see nothing else about it. So it could be actually people blowing up these trains. Why wouldn't China and Russia and North Korea have cells and pockets of people that around this time they start destroying America from the inside out? That's what spies do. That's what people do. But they're busy watching us. So either way, they're losing. Let's go to Numbers chapter 24, verse 20. Couple more. Wind it down. You know what I'm talking about? This is about Amalek, the so-called Jewish man that's beating the crap out of each other in Israel as we speak. Got some good footage of that too. You know, they're on horses, macing them. It's hilarious. But let's continue. Numbers 24 and 20.
Khan, this is the book of Numbers, chapter 24 and verse 20. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever.
And make this the name of the class should have been Forever. That's you know what I'm saying.
Khan, King, for real.
Forever's coming out a lot. And I didn't do this on purpose either. I'm just noticing this now. But the things that he's standing on this, he's saying, look, you're my people forever. I got a problem with Amalek forever. You know what I'm saying? Like he's saying this is it, you know. So don't think that this is a couple minutes, couple days, you know. This is forever, as that as said on what that Sandlot. All right, let's go to Exodus 17 and 16. You know, let's double down on what's going on with Amalek. Most High willing, they get some more sinkholes over there. Most High have been opening up the earth on them. That was over there. And it's all praises, because they are the worst. Okay. Exodus 17 and 16, Baruch Shah.
Khan, the book of Exodus, chapter 17, verse 16. For he said, because of the Lord has sworn that the Lord will have war on Amalek from generation to generation.
Generation to generation. So the Most High stirred up the people over there. Netanyahu's new what is it? His cabinet or whatever, right? They're just saying, you know, we're just gonna make up our own rules now. You know, just kind of like that's what Esau does. He doesn't follow his own rules. Mississippi is supposed to be some, you know, supposed to move different over there, and you know, equality and this and the third. They're just like, nah, we're taking over the whole state. You know, let's go back to Jim Crow. Over there, Netanyahu comes back, and his government is like, we don't need the courts, and like we are the courts, we are the law over here. So that's why they're going to war, and you know, fighting and protesting and everything, right? But the world started to take notice. So when the world starts taking notice, then they start wanting to like stamp that out, you know, mace them and throw people in jail and stuff like that. But as you see, it's Amalek versus Amalek. I would say nobody wins, but clearly there is a winner in Amalek versus Amalek. It's the Israelites. You know what I mean? So let them beat the crap out of each other, throw each other in jail, and have international condemnation. And you know, they started talking crazy with Iran. They you know, say Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, this, that, and the third. And then Russia came over there like, yo, you got a problem with my homie? Like, you're about to bomb Iran. Russia's like, what's up, y'all cool? And they're like, yeah, we cool. Yeah, because you're scared of Russia, you know? So all praise to the Most High. This is a whole bunch of Edomite on Edomite crime. And here we are keeping the law, statutes, commandments, as we should. Let's go to Ezekiel 35 and 13. Because why? Why are we keeping the law, statutes, commandments? We want protection. Don't you want protection in these last days? You know, the gun, yeah. That can protect if you know what's coming ahead of time. You know, a lot of people die in these streets with a gun in their waistband. Didn't help them. You know, you need that real protection. Like you have a dream a week before something happens, so you know the time, you know the scenario, you know the weather, you know what you was wearing that day, and you know exactly how they're gonna come at you. You know all this stuff. Why? Because you following the law, statutes, commandments of the Bible, and the Most High give you a heads up. You know, he could give you a heads up. Not guaranteed. He could give you a heads up. and what's going to happen. You know, I would aim for that if I were you. Okay, let's go to it said Ezekiel 35 verse 13.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 35, verse 13. Thus with your mouth ye have boasted against me, and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them.
Khan. Salaki, can you read that again?
Khan, this Ezekiel chapter 35, verse 13. Thus with your mouth ye have boasted against me, and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them.
So like I said, his sins have reached up to heaven. You know what I mean? And the Most High has eyes 10,000 times brighter than the sun. You know, he has an innumerable amount of angels. He's going to hear what you say against him. He's going to hear your disdain against him. You're going to hear, you know, your thoughts against him. All right. And that's all Esau does. You know, he's a constant, he's a demon. So, you know, he's always going to go contrary to what H.O.I says. All right. Can you read the next verse?
Khan, this verse 14. Thus saith the Lord God, when the whole earth rejoiceth, I will make thee desolate.
You know what I mean? Talking about that daggone devil. Like, listen, the whole world is going to be happy when this guy checks. When he gets out of power, everybody's going to be happy. You know, and the heathen nations. You know, like think about Moab. Moab's like, yo, leave me alone. Taiwan is like 10 feet away from China. You know what I'm saying? It's like, somebody said the analogy like Puerto Rico. China goes to Puerto Rico, said, nah, we here now. And start arming all the so-called Puerto Ricans, you know, and then makes a military base, 100 military bases in Canada, 100 military bases in Mexico, and all their generals keep saying, yeah, we're about to go to war with them. We're about to go to war with them. But then like to get on the front, you know, get out in front of the press and say, yeah, we want peace. We don't talk about peace. You know, it's a hypocritical nation, man. So I know China's like, come on. It's called the South China Sea. You tell me I can't make islands in the South China Sea? Like, no, you can't. And you can't have Taiwan. And you can't have Hong Kong. Hong Kong needs independence. Like you just keep pushing it and trying, you know what I mean? To bully all the other nations. So when they fall out of power, when Joe Biden falls down the steps and does not get up, and nobody else can come after him, and there's thermonuclear destruction all this place, everybody's gonna be cheering and be happy. I'm talking about the other nations. Let's go to Nahum 1 and 7. And that's the other nations, the other heathens. Of course, we're gonna be happy. Those that know, okay. You know, those that got eyes to see. All right. Couple more, y'all. Got about a few more scriptures, winding it down. All right, you can bring that out. Nahum 1, verse 7.
The book of Nahum, chapter 1 and verse 7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knoweth them that trust in him.
So we're going to find out who trusts in the Lord. Let's go to 2 Samuel 22 and 31. You know what I mean? He's a strong tower, man. He's a buckler. He's a spear. You know what I mean? He is blocking shots, throwing shots. You know what I mean? From long distances. So, you know, you trust in the Lord. You know, you're not worried about the day of trouble. You're not worried about Jacob's trouble. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's not going to be no walk in the park, but you know you have. It's not like the Most High and the angel's going to take this couple plays off. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's Jacob's trouble. I'm about to go on my lunch break. No, they're working. You know, and they're working with us. Okay, those of us that follow the law, statutes, commandments, do not hate their brother in their heart, eating the right foods and, honoring the Sabbath, all those things that you should be doing in these last days. All right. 2 Samuel 22 and 31, Bubba Shaw.
The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 22 and verse 31. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all them that trust in him.
His way is perfect. Trust in the Lord. He's a buckler. Buckler, like you hear shield and buckler. The shield is to block the attacks. The buckler is to attack. You know what I mean? So he'll attack. He'll lay somebody down for you. And once it happens, it can easily happen again. You know what I mean? Give you the confidence to move in these streets, but yeah, like the elders of Box said, move in these Hebrew streets. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to Jonah 1 and 19. I think that's 19. Hold on.
Okay.
I think it's 1 and 9. I think I just wrote that wrong. Definitely not 19. Slovakia.
Go ahead, King. Take your time.
God, yeah, it's 9. Yeah, can you read that? Jonah chapter 1 and verse 9.
This is the book of Jonah, chapter 1 and verse 9. And he said unto them, I am an Hebrew, and I feared the Lord, the God of heaven, which had made the sea and the dry land.
So his mindset, Jonah, he fears the Lord, and he knows that the Lord is the maker of heaven and earth. You know what I mean? Well, he said the sea and dry land. So these are the people that trust in the Most High God. Okay, let's go to 2 Corinthians 11 and 22. And the Most High knows who trusts in him. It's us. As far as say Esau knows the truth and all this other stuff. He's not out there telling brothers who they are. He knows he's wanna, he's gonna ride this out as long as possible. He knows us waking up is him falling down. So he's not gonna do that. So he doesn't trust in the Most High God. It's us, just us. All right, you can bring that out, 2 Corinthians 11 and 22.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 22. Are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they the seed of Abraham? So am I.
So what's Paul saying? He knows who he is, right? Let's go to Psalm chapter 50, verse 5. So, it's just us trusting in the Most High, handling our business in these last days, not being slack, not being slothful, not just trying to breeze on by. You know what I mean? Be, how about this? Do something positive, right? Thinking that the Most High is watching you. Do you know what I'm saying? When I say that, meaning Slovakia. Do something positive, thinking that, man, if God came in here right now, this is what he would see me doing. If Yahushua came in here right now, this is what he see me doing. Because this is a visitation time, especially Passover, man. Listen, Passover, last year's Passover, there was a black, it was huge. It looked like a pterodactyl. I mean, I don't know what a pterodactyl looked like. I'm just going what I've seen on the books and all that. It looked a large bird, bird-like. I'm not even gonna say it was a bird. It had large wings flying over, I think it was like the so-called Middle East. I gotta look it up now. But it was flying over the Middle East, and you could see it from the International Space Station. That's how big this thing was, whatever it was. Okay. And it happened during Passover. And a lot of other things happen during Passover. Every year during Passover, I kind of like, you know, highlight the major things that happen during that, like mass shootings and stuff like that. And it's always overwhelming. Like, this is a lot of stuff. Like, you know, it's a normal week now, still a lot of stuff's going on, but Passover, it accentuates. All right. So knowing who we are and knowing what we got to do in these last days is crucial. Let's go to Psalm 50, verse 5, Uncle Shaw.
The book of Psalm, chapter 50, verse 5. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice.
So who made a covenant with the Most High through sacrifice? The Israelites. And those are gather my saints. Those are the saints. The saints are the Israelites that trust in the Most High, that made a covenant with him by sacrifice. Okay. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 3. This is going to be the last verse. All right. So just us. You don't have no justice in America, it's fine. It's going to be just us in the kingdom. So what we do now, we cry on the name, cry to the Most High. Okay. Ask him to deliver us. If you live in Ohio, you should be crying a little bit louder. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, even though it's over East Palestine, that's Palestine, we're going to say it different. East Palestine. Is there West Palestine? Never mind. But it seemed like they picked that for a reason. You know what I'm saying? East Palestine. But, you know, say you live in Cleveland or Cincinnati or whatever, and, you know, worried about contamination, this, then, the third, you should be praying heavily to the Most High that he delivers us. You know? Because what's life going to look like with all that stuff in the air and raining and coming back down and raining and coming back down? What's it going to look like? It's going to look pretty terrible, as they're all predicting. They said, this is America's Chernobyl. If anybody's familiar with Chernobyl, that land is desolate. You ain't building nothing there. The only thing that's in Chernobyl is 2-headed dogs and fishes with 10 heads. And you know what I mean? It's just all messed up because of the radiation. They're saying this could possibly be worse than Chernobyl.
It's lucky.
Go ahead, Ken.
You know what reminded me of when you was bringing that out? Because I actually wanted to look more into that. Actually, when I first caught wind of Chernobyl, I was actually playing Call of Duty 4. I tend to play a lot of video games, and they had that big Ferris wheel. And then I started taking notice, like, wait a second, a lot of them Call of Duties is something that either they planning to do or something that already took place in the past. And then I started recognizing and realizing that these were, this is our kind of like our history right here. This is something that happened already. And then there's a movie called The Hills Have Eyes. And it's pertaining exactly to what you're bringing out right now. Them people is deformed in there. There's people that lives in those rocks, those cliffs and those mountains. And they got hit, you know, with that nuclear warhead. And those people, if you ever seen that movie, they all come out deformed. They all twisted, a lot of cannibalism. And it, you know, it's like you were saying about the Chernobyl.
Khan. Yeah. Cannibalism. Yeah, it got bad out there because they was stuck. I don't think, you know what I mean? I think that was in Ukraine, right? In Chernobyl in Ukraine. No, it's Eastern Europe. But Yeah, desolate. That place was a desolate wilderness. Coming soon to America. We'll see how many trains fall off again, and Most High just keep it going. You know what I mean? All right, let's go with Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 3.
Con.
Because remember, it's just us.
Right. I like that. What you bring up?
Con.
The wordplay. All
Yeah.
right. There's Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5 and verse 3. And they repented and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision and a proverb of reproach.
Yeah, man. Think about all the stuff you got to go through. You know what I mean? Your family, friends, so-called friends, just the spiritual demon Satan always tempting you and trying trying your reign, see if you're gonna fold or buckle and all this stuff. It's a lot, and but it's gonna be placed back on them. People that are dealing with you, they're gonna be panting and groaning for anguish of spirit, like, what, him, huh? Go ahead, 3 verse 4.
Con. This verse 4. We fools accounted his life madness and his end to be without honor.
Yeah, because what's going to happen is, man, see the chariots, right? The chariots going to come and they're going to beam us up when the missiles come over, because it's going to be a thermonuclear destruction. They're like, yo, this dude is crazy. And then Putin says he has a missile that has, what's 12, 13 different warheads on it. I'm saying that go to different locations when the missile defense system is activated. He also has hypersonic nuclear missiles that no missile defense system can stop because it's so fast. It goes to Mach 27 or Mach something crazy. You know what I'm saying? International or intercontinental ballistic missile go out of space and then come back down and enter into the atmosphere. They have torpedo nuclear missiles that, like torpedoes, like a missile underwater that explodes and causes a 50-foot nuclear wasteland. Not wouldn't go wasteland. 50-foot nuclear tidal wave to fall over the land, and it just makes everything. You're not gonna be able to use that land for a long time after that. So now they have all these nuclear weapons, and now the government's talking about so-called UFOs. And talking about shooting them down and all this other stuff. You're like, thought this guy was crazy. You start realizing, damn, the crazy guy on the corner sounds like he's right. And those suited and booted CNN reporters and anchormen and MSNBC reporters, Joy Reid, trying to give Nicki Minaj a hard time because she says her cousin had a adverse effect to the jab. And I got to keep saying the word jab because it's the wrong word. They'll kick you off social media. You know what I'm saying? So people start looking at her like, well, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Don Lemon, he could say whatever he wants. He started talking about, I think it was like a white woman or something like that she's past her prime. They're ready to kick him off the air. So I say that to say the people that are trusted, more Americans trust fill in the blank, with their news and this, that, and the third. The more they keep talking, the more people realize that they have no idea what they're talking about. And it's the brothers on the corners on every city in America that have answers because they read out of the scriptures. Thus saith the Lord. That make us a million times smarter. It means we know how to interpret the scripture. Why? Thus, because all praise to the Most High. All right, can you read verse 5, Baruch Shah?
Come. This verse 5. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints?
Wow. Think about that. Numbered among the children of God, and our lot is among the saints. Bashima Mashiach Yahushai. You don't need no justice in America. We ain't never had it, so what do you need it for? You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. Would be nice, but not necessary. This is our captivity, and what we do need is to lean on the Most High. You know what I'm saying? And it's just us. Right? Operation Racism is in full steam ahead. Boom. Now I'm gonna tell you why I named it Operation Racism. So I had a dream, right? The dream was an elder, right, came to me in a dream and said, your new mission is racism. I said, all right, that's my job. So, before it was to I wrote a book. I talked about that early in a class, Art of Anger. That was my job, to get it in circulation. That was the message, get it in circulation. So about a week before I got it in circulation, or maybe a few days actually, that's when I had the dream. So I started writing this lesson and I expounded on it some more. So what I got from that really is it's really closing the ranks now. Really closing the ranks now, So, just our people are, not saying it wasn't before, but the doors really have shut in that aspect. So Operation Racism is in full swing. If you're an Edomite, don't ask me for help for anything. I can't help you. You know what I'm saying? And other heathens, nothing I can do to help you. You know what I mean? So good luck. And by good luck, I mean bad luck. All right. So if anybody has any questions, comments, concerns, now will be the time. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me.
Slakia.
Go ahead, King.
I want to give a quick testimony, right? I'm going to go ahead and ask a question. I'm going to see how this thing turns out. It's a true story right before I got on the class. Mm-hmm. All right. So I went to the Apple store, right, to purchase something real quick. So I walk in the Apple store and 3 people rushed me at one time, right? The Apple workers. Mm-hmm. And they came in the form of a triangle, right? It was Eve, a Jake, and a Esau. 2 dudes and a female. Mm-hmm. I preferred to choose one to speak to. Who do you think I chose to speak with?
Lakia.
Don, answer that, King. Go ahead. Bring it out.
You spoke to Jake?
Yep, that's exactly what I did. But check this out. Khan, I'm glad you participated. But check this out though. I love the fact that y'all participating with this, because it's just showing you how my spirit is moving. I run up in the store, 3 people come at me at one time. I'm like, the hell with Esau, Eve, and I'd rather deal with Jake, right? So I'm resonating to my own people, right? Oh my God, let me tell you, as soon as he opened his mouth, oh man.
Homo.
Huh? Yo, I'm like, why? Why? It's like it hurt my brain to hear the voice of a sodomite. It was like a sharp pain to my, I know he must have saw my face. Like, I think I fleed right out that store. Like, oh man, that joint hurts, yo, to see your people in that with that heavy demon on them, man. It's really sad, man. He came out speaking. I don't even think Eve speaks like that. You know what I'm saying? It's
really
like that feminine.
Right.
It's like a sharp, effeminate voice. It hurt. It's like a pain to my soul. I'm like, why? Babe? Why? I yield.
Yeah, yeah. And I think this whole place is just defiled, man. I'm saying, like you said, you try to aim for the best option, and the best option is like not an option at all. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's like,
Go ahead, King.
he's like, yo, Zebulon, bro. Listen, I know exactly how you feel, man. I had a situation like that before too, man. And it does hurt. Like just to see, especially it'd be like the brolic Jakes, you know, Jakes that could be linebackers or linemen, and they want to be effeminate. I'll be seeing them a lot. Now these young Jakes out here too, man. You know, it hurts. Like you just see, like, man, like you could be a mighty brother out here bringing out the word, but you want to be soft and delicate. You know, you got the build of a warrior, but you want to be a damn cat mom. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yo, man, like, and then I move a certain way, like blatantly, like I do it on purpose, like that. I have that spirit that I do certain things on purpose. Like I want to show you that I'm for my people, right? And I'll do it to like covertly shit on Esau. Like, yeah, I know you right there, but I'm gonna talk to Jake right in front of you. Ignore you, act like you don't even exist. Pay you no mind, and I'm gonna deal with my people. And then for what?
Yeah. This place got to go, man. That seemed like a, you know, like a, you know, a testimony, like you said, you know, where this place got to go. It's too much. It's too much.
Salakia. I got a quick precept, Jeremiah 51 and 30.
Done. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah, Jeremiah 51 and 30. You got it, Doc?
Yeah, I got it. This is the
Yeah,
book
bring
of
it out.
Jeremiah, chapter 51 and verse 30. The mighty men of Babylon have forborne to fight. They have remained in their holds. Their might have failed. They became as women. They have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken. Khan.
Right. So I went, huh?
I said that was perfect right there.
God. Yeah, I want to use that, the mighty men of Babylon, that could tie in with Jake following that Babylonian spirit. And Babel pertains to confusion. So Jake being a sodomite, that's confusion against his own nature as a man. And he's supposed to be a mighty man, like Yeshaya said. Usually be them Jakes, brolic as hell, muscles and everything. And the scripture says they have remained in their holds, right? Jake is in that closet. Their might have failed. They became as woman. So now as he's speaking, it's like a screeching in the brother's ears, man. The high-pitched voice, and that's them trying to do, they trying to do extra stuff. Like they trying to be extra, as you would say.
Khan, King Khan.
You know? Yeah, they finished, man. That's why it
Yeah.
says they have burned their dwelling place. That's why the Lord gonna burn this place up with fire. When to burn your lust, gonna light this place up with fire. God, are you okay?
Khan. That's exactly like, you know, what the brother just said. It was how can I put this? I'm trying to explain it to you. It was exactly like that scratching of the chalkboard when I heard his voice. That's exactly how it was. I know he saw my face. I put like a disgusted face, like why? Like, and then he want to continue conversation. That's it. I heard enough. I don't want to deal with you no more. I'm on my way out the store. I'm practically running at this point. Damn, King. I'm like, damn. And then, like, oh man, I know Eve saw my face. And then I'm looking back, walking out the Apple store, just shaking my head, like, wow, man, it's true. This place gotta go.
God. Yeah, yeah, and you know, Sodom and Gomorrah, they hide it not, like just so like proud proud. You know what I mean? That's nothing to be proud about. You know what I'm saying? Nothing to be proud about. It's a sin. Be fruitful and multiply. Say, nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna do whatever. You know what I mean? I seen a guy that was in love with his car. It's Esau, of course. He's in love with his car. He's sitting there just kissing his car and hugging his car. Like, this place is terrible. It's got to go. God says, have children. You say, no, I'm gonna be with my car, or I'm gonna be with another man, or be with another woman. Going against God, you're gonna destroy him. Pretty much. Anybody else have anything you want to bring out? While we're on?
Yeah, Salakia.
Con.
Yeah, you know, of course, you know, all jokes aside with the whole sodomite thing, you know, it really is you know, we can laugh about it and stuff, but it really is a sad thing when we think about, you know, everything that's been done to us by, you know, Esau, Edom. You know what I mean? What the elders bringing out earlier with that Zechariah, you know, that they, you know, they went too far. You know, they further the affliction. You know, things like you know, buck breaking, you know, that's where a lot of this stuff stems from. You know, back in Jim Crow, you know, the plantation, you know, destroying the strong men that are on the plantation to put the white man and put Esau in dominance over everybody, you know, and changing the whole order of things, and a woman, you know, the man over the woman, and the woman raising the children. And now the children are being raised to be sensitive men. And, you know, they look to Big Mama on the plantation instead of their father. You know, in a sense, they start to take on a woman's personality. But again, you know, Jeremiah, the reason why Jake acts like that is because, again, you know, we tend to exalt any type of folly, you know, or sin that we get our hands on. You know what I'm saying? As Israelites, you know, we tend to do it worse than the heathen, just like Jeremiah said. If you can grab that for me out in Jeremiah, I think it's chapter 5, real quick. I think it's like Jeremiah 5 and 20, 22 or 21, if I'm not mistaken.
I got it.
Okay, Con.
Well, you want to start at 21 or 22?
You can start at 21. Let's go see what I say.
There's Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 21. Hear now this, O foolish people, and without understanding, which have eyes and see not, which have ears and hear not.
Right, and yeah, how should I quote that, right?
Huh.
How should I quote that in Matthew 13?
Right.
Read.
Verse 22. Fear ye not me, saith the Lord. Will ye not tremble at my presence?
He said, will ye not tremble at my presence? You know, like every nation is going to tremble at the presence of Yahweh, right? The whole earth is going to tremble. The plants, the whole foundation. So it's like a rhetorical question. Are you not going to tremble at my presence? Right? Read.
Which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree.
By a perpetual decree, right? Skip down to verse, let's see, go down to verse, what do I want right here? Jeremiah 5. Go to verse 20, let's see, Salaki, forgive me. 28, I believe that's what verse 28.
This is verse 28. They are waxing fat, they shine, yea, they overpass the deeds of the wicked.
Right, that's what I wanted, Salaki, right? So they overpass the deeds of the wicked. So like I was saying, like the reason why Jake, you know, nobody acts like Jake. I never seen a flamboyant sodomite, you know, Elamite, or even Esau that's as flamboyant, even though he's the original, you know, originator of that type sin.
Right.
I never seen the way Jake acts it out, the way Jake's, you know, he goes to the furthest extent of trying to convince you that he's, what he wants to be in his mind, and Esau co-signs it by allowing them a society to where, they are protected, to do such a thing. But, the brothers, they get that voice on that, like that's nails on the board. And, I don't even want to reenact it, but we know the voice, exactly how it sounds. And it's like, it's cringeworthy.
Right.
It's like, it hurts. It really does hurt, man. Cause it's like, man, like you don't even know your power, man. You don't even know the power. And, that, we are really made in the image of the Most High, and you just thrown it away, to into your own heart's lust, man, your own little wicked sin. And you want to take on the persona of a woman. You want to take on the dress of a woman, the demeanor of a woman. It's really a sad thing, man. But that's why Jake is so flamboyant with it. And they surpass the deeds of the wicked. But that's all I wanted to bring out. So
real quick, yeah. I just want to add, what makes it worse? Because usually I would pick up on it like way ahead of time, right? What makes it worse is when they catch you off guard and you don't expect it. I'm just moving around, I'm looking at the items in the store, whatever, and I'm on the go. I'm looking at the clock. I'm checking the time. I'm like, okay, class is about to start. Let me hurry it on up and get back to the crib and do what I gotta do. So I'm not really paying Jake no mind. But he ran up on me. I ain't really had time to like really check him like that. But I just figure let me just talk to one of my people, And for when that voice come out, I'm like, damn, man. Like, that's what really throws me off. Cause if I would have knew, I would have avoided it. I would have talked to the Eve. I would have straight up I rather would have just spoke to the Eve. And that's what made it worse, because I ain't even see it coming. He just came out of nowhere with it. I'm like, damn, bro. Anyways, I yield.
You thought you was good, huh? Let me talk to Jake real quick.
Right?
Yeah, how you doing, sir? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
bro.
exactly. Them long S's and everything.
Yeah,
like,
make you want to throw punches like don't be a menace. I'm sick of this damn place, man. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
And
Eve was smiling because she saw my face, how I reacted. I like he threw me off because I was like, I ain't know whether to keep talking or I just turned around. I was up out of there. She already knew what was going on. Like I was really disturbed. I was bothered. Like I was like, damn.
See, Salakia, Eve okay with that.
Right,
Eve,
they found it cute. She found it cute. She was smiling, and it's like they kind of set me up. They put him on Front Street. They all know what the hell's going on. I'm the one who didn't know. They like let's see how this plays out.
Nah, Eve okay with that, man. Eve wicked for that too, man. They say they make the best friends. They the most fun people to hang out with. You know what I'm saying? Every excuse to keep the company of the wicked,
Yes, emasculated black man, Salakia, emasculated so-called black man. And then be like, how come there's no good men out? Justifying it. Salakia, go ahead, King.
Yeah,
that's right. I was done. I think what was that? Proverbs 11:1.
Yeah. But the last one was Jeremiah 5:28. You was done on that, right?
Yeah, I'm done on that. I think that's what the Chaasadyah just quoted in Proverbs, if I'm not mistaken. Who had justified the deeds of the wicked. I might be wrong on that.
Salakia, Proverbs 17:15.
17:15, right?
Yeah, that's another good one right there. Yep.
All praises. All right. Anybody else have anything else you want to bring out? Now will be the time.
Yeah, Salakia, one more thing. The book, The Art of Anger, came out just in time for the destruction of Nicanor or nicotine or Nicanor, right? And the destruction of Hammond, right? For Feast of Purim and destruction of Nicanor. So the Lord gave us 2 feast days, but actually 3 days straight, where you could keep the feast and celebrate the destruction of your enemies, especially the worst of them all, which is Esau, Edom, and their death, and the Lord chopping their heads off. So channel that anger, man, and righteousness. It's okay to hate your enemies, especially if it's the heathens, man. All right? But just don't sin. All right?
All praises. All praises.
All in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The angel says, time to hate, brother. Hate.
Salakia.
We in the haters ball, I'm right there with you, brother. Go get me a goblet right now. Hate. Hate all these damn heathens. Good.
All praises. So much Salakia.
Hot off the presses, Elder. Hot off the presses.
Out off the press. Yeah, I just ordered mine. God damn. Oh my
God.
All praises.
We got that book signing.
God.
God.
I wanted to do April, but of course that's Passover. So I'm gonna do it's gonna be past the Passover. So maybe the end of April, May, you know what I mean? I don't want to get too close to Passover. But yeah, it's definitely gonna get it have a book signing. So
Salakia, bro. I ain't trying to hear that. I'm pulling up to New York, goddamn.
All praises, all praises.
Hook by crook, get there.
God, I appreciate it, man. Thanks, y'all. You know what I mean? A lot of brothers were sharing it and everything, and like that did a lot. You know what I'm saying? Did a lot. Like support Hebrew business. You know what I mean? Israelite business.
Cool.
We can have our own, like, you know, like Jewish people do. They don't gotta go nowhere. It's all inclusive, you know.
And we got the best of the best. So why not support each other, man? You know? We make the best things. We got the best of the best. Support each other, man.
Yeah, and that did a world difference. It went up to number 1. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
Because of Israelites.
Shem Mashak Shot.
In new releases. So like the Israelites is sharing it and everything like that. So I really appreciate it, man. Like yeah. Well, lot went in on that, but it's a blessing, you know what I'm saying? The Most High, you know what I mean, surrounds you around good people, you know what I mean? Invaluable. You can't put a price tag on decent people. In Babylon in the last days, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, just want to see other people, you know, manifest their dreams and stuff, like not a hater, just like, look at this, you know what I mean? Right. Like, I'm glad that we got past that. I'm glad we got past that, you know, and I entered into this truth, you know what I mean, of decent people, man. So Thawadah, everybody. I appreciate y'all. Definitely.
Well, praises, huh?
Appreciate you too, man. The Hebrew Zen master in the building, man.
Oh, no, not me. No, not me. No. All praise to him. Oh man.
Yeah.
God. All right. So everybody, we're gonna pray out, right? So get face to east, prostrate, hands up, whatever you want, however you pray, and say a few words after the Lord's Prayer, and then Ariel is gonna say
Yeah, the curse prayers.
Curses. Yeah.
Con.
Definitely gonna end on that, John. You know what I'm saying?
Con,
I got you, King.
Beautiful lesson tonight, King.
Con, King.
Thawadah, all praises. All
Bless
praises. Thawadah, all praises, kings. All right, so let's get prepared to pray out. So I give you a couple seconds or whatever to face the east, and we'll get it started. All right. It's the Lord's Prayer in Paleo Hebrew. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malachwaka, Taba'ah, Ratazayaka, Hayah, Asha, Barataza, Kawa, Hayah, Hashemayim, Natananawa, Lacham, Kau, Yawam, Wasalach Nawa, Kabawaf Yanawa, Hasalach Yanawa, Kabawaf Yanawa, Wala'a, Dabayanawa, Banasayan 1, Abal, Hawashainawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Wa'ala, Wala Paraf, Lai Walamnyam, Aman. To Yahweh, Bashem Mashak Yahweh, Baruch Shah, make haste to hear our prayers in these last days, destroy our enemies, Esau and the other nations, and the 2/3. We will lift up Yahweh Shai's name on the 4 corners of the earth, and continue to lift up his name, continue to lift up the 12 tribes that don't know who they are, to waken them up, you know. And in these last days, Baruch Shah, surround us with the angels to protect us, to be a shield and buckler and a spear to our enemies. Keep us surrounded by the angels, the chariots, and have the heathens know, wake them up in these last days to know who we are and what's going on, so we can really get this party started. Now, Chaasadyah, we pray. Amen.
Amen. This the Lord's, this the curse prayer in Paleo Hebrew. All praise Yahweh, Shem Yoshai, Hashem HaKadosh, Baruch Shah, Tablat Shmayata, Shalak, Rayem, Wa Anashim, Wa Abadim, Wa Haragim, Wa Mashapatim, Al Kal Adawamium, Wa Gawamium, Wa Ayab Nawa, Baruch Shah, Yahweh, Bahashim, Hamashiach, Yahweh Shai, the water. Amen. We ask you, how about Shmuel Shah to please send death and destruction and wrath and righteous judgment against the heathens and against the Edomites and against all the nations that come against the nation of Israel. The water, the wab, Amen. Amen.
All praises.
All praises.
Yeah.
More
put it out.
death to Esau, man.
Huh?
More death to Esau this week. More death.
Con.
How about Shah?
Con.
All praises.
Going out with a bang right before the New Year's, right?
Literally, man.
Literally.
And the suicide rate might go up.
Con.
Con.
Look for that. Right on.
Yeah.
All right. So, stay focused, everybody. Boom. The message is out there. This now, you put out the request and you just watch the sparks fly. All right. Knowing that it's going to happen, not questioning whether it might or might not. It's going to happen. So wait for it. All right. How about Shema Shabraka Thumb?
Doom.
This Yahweh Shema Shmarta. Shalom.
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 Kwame Shalom.
Home Yasha.
Khan.
Inshallah.
All praises.
Shema Shalom.
Shalom.
Definition of Esau.
God. Hope you everybody got something out of this lesson. And like the elder says, like learn one thing, I did my job.
God.
Tell me that joint today, yo. Get me cracking up. All right. So all praises. I'm gonna use that joint now. Shalom, y'all. Stay focused, stay girded.
Kwame Shalom.
Home Yasha.
Shalom.
Some sacrifice appearing by yeah, Shemaiah, we good, man. Shema Shalom.